It's Sunday, it's tea time. Let's begin the stream. Hello friends and welcome to the Sunday Tea Time live stream. Hope you're doing well out there. I've been quite poorly the past few weeks, but I'm feeling much better today. I've had a lot of people asking me about that. I've still got a bit of a hoarse throat, but I'm doing pretty good. I'll try and mute the microphone when I can, when I get these uncontrollable coughs, but apart from that, I'm not doing too bad at all. Do come say hello in the chat. Let me know who's out there. And do let me know what you're up to today. Are you drawing, animating, or just relaxing and joining the stream? Do let me know. And one last thing, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, especially those in the UK. Today is Mother's Day in the UK, so I hope you're all having a relaxing day. Or if you've got your mother with you, I hope you're treating her well today and giving her lots of treats. Thank you, Casa. I appreciate that. Hi there, Claude. Good to have you with us. So we've got 5 people watching at the minute. That'll soon increase, so we'll keep chatting for a little while as people come to join the stream. Let me just set up a few things here. I had a few technical issues earlier that I was sorting out. Hopefully they're sorted now. There we go. Yeah, lip syncing can be tricky. I know a few people have trouble with it, but the main reason people do have trouble with it is when they've drawn their mouth shapes or their characters in another software and imported them. If you've drawn it directly in OpenToonz or Tahoma, it tends to work pretty well. So, Casa, have you been drawing them in another software, perhaps? Could that be the issue? Hi there, Cody Pop. Welcome to the stream. Glad you made it again. So, as I mentioned on the Discord, was it yesterday or the day before, I figured out why my copy of Tahoma was lagging and going quite slowly during the streams. Compared to when I'm using it off stream. And one reason that made it laggy, obviously by streaming and using streaming software, it'll be quite laggy anyway. But another reason was because I had 3 screens in total plugged in. So I've got my tablet drawing screen, I've got my laptop in front of me that I'm working on and hosting everything on, and then I got a spare monitor to one side. But when I unplugged it, Tahoma went much quicker and drawing was much smoother. So I'm running on 2 screens today, so I could be struggling a little bit with all the windows, but we'll see how we get on. Yes, Maria, it certainly does. And Dave uses the traditional way of drawing mouth shapes and then exposing those mouth drawings at the right time based on a rough feeling for the timing of the animation, as well as playing it through and acting out the voice. But if you've pre-recorded your audio and you need to align it, it can be a little bit trickier. And if you've got lots of audio to attach lip sync to, then it's better to use some external tools to help create the timing, which I don't know if Casa's doing that or doing it all entirely in OpenToonz. If you're using the import lip sync file, data file from other projects, then that's where you need to be careful on your drawings. So all of the drawings need to be in the same level so that OpenToonz can choose the correct drawing from that level to apply in the column. So if you do draw them in the same level, excuse me, then it works fine. It usually just picks out the correct mouth and then displays it on screen. And let me take a quick look, in fact, on here. I don't know if it'll show it while I've not got a level showing. Apply lip sync data to column. Yeah, I need to create a drawing for that to work, I believe. In fact, let me see. I think it's over there. Okay, so I was working on different screens, so all my dialogues are off screen. So then once you've got your 10 drawings in the one drawing level, you can select which drawing to use for each of the 10 mouth shapes if you use this technique. Okay, so just drawing the mouth shapes, I guess really what helps is once you've got the audio file in OpenToonz Tahoma, that you can then see the audio file on screen and pick out the position for each mouth shape. But it can take some practice to do that, to get used to doing it. When you scrub by clicking and dragging, you can sort of hear the sounds and get a feel for where they are as well. One other tip I'd give is to possibly use note levels. So if you right click on a column header and choose new note level, you can work out where the audio is and then add a note at each interesting point in the conversation, so it makes it easier to visually see those notes on the timeline or X sheet to know where to put the mouth shapes. So Claude's asking about the X sheet and timeline. How can you show them both at the same time without lagging? You can show them both at the same time, but the issue with OpenToonz Tahoma is they try to keep them in sync. So if you're showing, as I've got here, 31 frames on the timeline, if I show an X sheet, and as I drag through the X sheet, the timeline tries to keep up, which is fine while they've both got the same number of frames shown on screen, but when you show more in one panel than the other, often they can get out of sync quite easily. But they do try to keep in sync, and they do work pretty well to stay in sync with each other. So if you want to keep both on screen at once, you can do. However, personally, I don't find the need to keep both on screen. I know some people do. We've already talked about Dave, for instance, from Blended Planet. He has his X sheet very large on a separate screen, so he can see an overall picture of his animation. But I think just by using the zoom option in the timeline and flipping between the timeline and X sheet, I think you can use it all in one panel most of the time. Plus, of course, if you hover your pointer over the timeline or X sheet and press the single backwards quote, it sends that whole panel to be full screen, so you can every now and again go to a full screen mode, work with lots of columns and lots of frames, and then pop out again by tapping the same key. So that's useful to do. So occasionally, if you need more columns to be visible, you can do that. But we'll talk about the X sheet a little bit in a few minutes when we get to what happened last week. So I'm looking off to one side, looking at the comments there. I've made a change this week to the layout of what you can see on screen, up here mostly, as well as in front of us. Last week I had an issue where I had the chat window above the style editor and palette editor panels, and then I was demonstrating things about editing colours and editing styles, so you couldn't see what I was doing. And I know Tom was with us last week, and twice he reminded me I was covering it up, so I had to remove it. I placed it back again, and then forgot again. And in fact, last week I recorded a video that I intended, or recorded a section that I intended to pull out as a separate video and then post on my channel. And when I went back to look at the recording, I'd done it a third time and left the chat window right in front of the style editor here and the palette panel, and that was a major point of what I was trying to demonstrate. So I couldn't do so. I couldn't use it, unfortunately. So that was really annoying. So this week, what I've done is I've decided to take off the chat window and to see how we get on today. Obviously, you can show the chat window in Twitch or in YouTube, whichever you're watching in, to follow along with the chat. And as I answer questions, I'll try and make sure I explain what question I'm answering, so I don't just give an answer of, yes it is, and you don't know what I'm talking about. So we'll try and keep on top of that. So do let me know how you find that. Either mention it in the chat or down in the comments below if you're watching this on recording, to let me know how you got on. So the second thing that I did as well, and we'll get to your question, Claude. I have seen that and scheduled for that, so we'll get to that, I promise. So the second thing I did was I kind of, as I was considering what space is on screen here and blocking off parts of the Tahoma interface, I decided to try a little something out this week, which I'll need to improve in the coming weeks, I think. And that is that I'm not actually sitting in front of my bookshelf or my picture. Instead, if I click this button down here, that's just a green screen behind me, and I took a picture of the background to use from time to time. And I thought if I do that, then you can see more of the interface here of Tahoma, and hopefully I can move my head out of the way if I'm getting in the way of something I'm trying to demonstrate. So again, to help you see more of the program, but again, let me know what you think about it. I will need to make a few changes though. Excuse me. I need to make that better. You'll see from time to time there'll be a bit of fuzz around the edge, and that's because I've not quite got the lighting set up properly in here. So I'll need to purchase a couple of lights to make the background a more consistent colour. And right now it seems to be playing okay, but after a while it may change. So I need to purchase some lights. So I just wanted to mention again, because I've not mentioned it for a while, how you can help out the channel if you want to. And the easiest way that you can do is on YouTube to comment, like, share and subscribe as you normally would to get the word out about OpenToonz and Tahoma and the channel. And it also helps YouTube to recommend my videos to other viewers and to build up the viewership. And please join in the chat today. I'd love to hear what you're saying and love to hear all your questions, and I will get to them in a few minutes. But if you want to get your comment noticed, you can buy a super chat on YouTube, and that'll get your comment noticed and highlight and also help out the channel. And if you enjoy these streams or find any of the tutorials helpful and enjoy any of the content that I produce, then you can always buy me a coffee. There he is. You can always buy me a coffee to help me out. It's kind of like a little tip jar. So I'll leave that with you, and there's a link in the description if you can do so. And finally, I've got a couple of products that you can purchase if you want to over on my Gumroad site. Again, link down in the description. I've got a backup tool that you'll see me using a little bit later on today that I find really useful personally, and I think you will too. I've got an auto lip syncing tool that we've sort of talked about earlier on, and that's to make it easier to work out lip syncing in OpenToonz and Tahoma. And there's a video showing what both those do over on the Gumroad site. So take a look down in the description and have a look at that. And finally, there's my OpenToonz and Tahoma course over on Udemy. And that'll take you from knowing nothing about the program to being fully confident animating traditionally, being able to use all of the tools and to understand how the projects, levels, and everything fits together to create your own animated projects. And there'll be a link down in the description that'll give you the best price and also to help out the channel the most. But if you can't help out financially, that's fine. Just joining in, watching the videos, and joining me on the streams always really helps. So thank you for that. It's good to have you here. Thank you, Finlay. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Okay, Maria, that's interesting. When you say on the right-hand side of the viewer screen, do you mean placed here on the screen just above my head, or do you place it to the right of the video? Because I've started doing something recently when I'm watching Dave on his streams, that I pop out the chat. So if you press on the three dots at the top right, there's a pop out chat option, and that brings it into its own window, and then I maximize his video so I can see clearly what he's doing on the program, and then pop his chat either on a second screen or just in front in the corner somewhere. So I find that really useful. Claude's asking about the new features in OpenToonz and Tahoma. Cheers. They haven't produced a list of new features just yet, but the list of features are kind of available. So they use pull requests for their code to merge them into the main code base, and they're all publicly available that we can see. And I've seen some of the features already that's coming through, and I can't wait to get them publicized and show you what they are, so you can take a look at what they are. I've not mentioned many of them yet. There's lots and lots of bug fixes, especially for OpenToonz. We're talking at least 50, 60 bug fixes. So that software will become much more stable. And all those bug fixes have been brought over to Tahoma already, which is why it's more stable. But there's also lots of features and small tiny improvement features that I think you will enjoy. So when they're released and we get a final list of everything that's involved, I plan to go through that, make a video for both, and then highlight some of the key features that I find interesting that I think you'll like. So keep your eyes open for that. Right, okay Maria, to the right of the video. Thank you. Yeah, whichever way you find it comfortable. I mean, I have got the chat window here. If I pop it open, so I'll put it just to the side here, so that could be useful to have on from time to time when I'm not drawing, I was thinking. So let me take that and make it slightly larger. There we go. So I don't know if that's useful to have on screen or not. Let me know. We'll see how we get on. But it just covers up too much of the rest of the screen when you can have this available anyway. And if you're watching this later on YouTube, because it is recorded to be pushed onto YouTube later, I've included the chat in it so you can read through the chat as the video is progressing, so you can see what people are saying anyway. My favourite Fox show from Seth MacFarlane, Claude's asking, just here. I guess I'd say Family Guy. I do like American Dad, but I think Family Guy, I've always enjoyed that from the beginning. And I know for a lot of people it's quite an inspiration for creating your own animations. That it's quite a simple style of animating, and it's using cutout puppet animation. So it's a style that we can replicate here in Tahoma and OpenToonz. Yeah, I think it would be. Let me just put me over there a little bit more. There we go. Okay. So there's one more question earlier from Claude I'd like to get to before we move on. But first, I've got a lovely beverage here, lovely cup of tea as usual, being as it's tea time. In one of my Jack Skellington mugs with Oogie Boogie. Oh, he's disappearing there. There he is. Okay, so the question that was asked, was it yesterday, Claude, or the day before? You was talking about this, and I said I'd show you on Sunday. So he's asking about changing the colour of the theme of Tahoma. And you do that from the Preferences dialog under the File menu. And I'm going to remove the chat before I forget. There we go. And if you go to the Interface section, at the top here, you can see a theme drop down. And if you just change that, I'll start at the darker. We'll start at the darker one and come down. And immediately, after a few seconds, the background changes and all the panels change to that new colour. And you can just continue working, it'll remember that colour. So if we go down from the darkest to the lightest, it's darker, then dark, then medium, and those three levels all use the white icons. But if you go down to either light or neutral, neutral being the next one down, it tells you to reload to see the new icons. So they're still visible and usable, but they're shown as white. And you can continue to work like this today, that's fine, but the next time you restart, they'll look slightly different. And if you go to light, it goes an even lighter screen, but the icons are so difficult to see, you would want to restart. So let's do that. So you just restart. We close that for now. Just take a second to come up. And then when it restarts, the icons are now showing their darker theme. So they're now shown as kind of a black or a dark grey, so it's easy to see on this background. Likewise for the toolbar here, and if you've got the extra toolbar, well, I can see I'm being beamed up there. I might take a look at that in a second. If you're using the command bar, that's the same, using this darker colour. But personally, I find the medium level to be a nicer colour for me. A darker background, I prefer the dark themes in applications anyway. It's easier on my eyes, especially after a longer time. So I like it darker, but too dark and you get too much of a high contrast between the white areas and the background of the program. So medium works for me, and that's what I keep mine on. And again, you notice that because we've gone from a light to a dark theme, it's asking us to restart to reload the icons. So again, I'll just close this and then restart Tahoma. Who's my favourite character from Family Guy and American Dad? From Family Guy, there's a few. Meg, just because everyone really cruelly picks on her. Shut up, Meg. But I don't know, Giggity. Could be a few of them. I like the old man, the old perverted man. He totally inappropriate, but again, that's what comedy is there for. From American Dad, I think the alien, to be honest, because he changes from week to week when he has his different schemes and scams. Let's close that. Yeah, that's really good, Maria. That Maria saying she prefers the background darker. It's really good that we've got the choice. Hi there, Yvette. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it over here. It's glad we've got the choice of going from lighter to darker backgrounds, and it's something that almost all applications are getting built into them now. And only on Friday, I updated my Windows. And part of the update included an option to change the default backgrounds from a light to a dark theme, because it's such a popular thing. But everyone's different, so and if you look around at videos on YouTube or on Twitch, people using OpenToonz, some use the light, some use the dark. Yeah, I like the difference between the background here outside of the drawing area, I should say the camera area, so you can see the difference of when you're drawing within the camera area when you're not. I agree. Claude's asking how I revisit previous projects in OpenToonz or Tahoma. So far, there's not been a problem. For instance, on some of my tutorials, I have a pop-up at the bottom of my screen that gives you little hints and tips and pointers. And I made that perhaps 2 years ago, and I'm still using that now, and I load it in the current version 1.4 of OpenToonz, and that still works fine. So I've not got a problem so far. Tahoma could be an issue potentially because of all the improvements quickly coming through. And I know that some features of Tahoma aren't in OpenToonz. So if you've set up your perspective points on the brush tool and then open that project in OpenToonz, it doesn't know what perspective points are, so they get ignored. So you sort of lose that. But so far so good. It's been available to excuse me, to open old versions, but there'll become a point where you've got an older version of your project that won't open in OpenToonz or Tahoma, and that's something to consider and to understand that when you save things and start a new version of the program, if there's any breaking changes, somehow you mark those old projects as being from the older version. I can see I've got a few ripples on me. We'll keep going. If I disappear altogether, we'll have to do something about it. But until then, I'm fine. I don't know, Claude. Claude's asking about what version of Toon Boom would I like to use if I could afford it. I don't know what versions there are. I have seen Toon Boom being used by a few animators. Onion Skin, the Australian chap, uses Toon Boom, I believe, and it's got some great features in there and looks really nice. And it's got a lot of features that OpenToonz has and Tahoma, so that's good to see that it's kind of mirrored in some way. For me, I'm quite happy to stick with Tahoma as my go-to program. It does everything I need it to do. Don't need it to do a great deal of cutout, puppet animation, so I don't need all the extravagant rigging tools that they have. I know they also have a larger node system than we have here, and as Claude's just saying down here, that's kind of one of the differences with the advanced and premium versions, that I assume it's the higher up version has more nodes available. So I took a look at it perhaps 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It'd be perhaps nearer 3, not long after OpenToonz came out. And I know that you had the basic node system with the basic version of the program, and the higher up, more expensive version, you had more nodes. But the nodes you had that you had to pay more for are nodes we've got here, right here in Tahoma and OpenToonz. So for those, there's no need at all to change programs. And why pay money for a program when you've got one here that works for free? Shut up, Meg. Excuse me. Premium's the only one that has nodes. Okay. So yeah, there used to be. I thought it was they only had a few basic nodes, but perhaps they had no nodes, or maybe they've changed it. But I'd want to have all of the nodes. After having some of the FX nodes in particular here, I'd really want to have the node structure to be able to apply blurs and glows and all that kind of thing to my drawing. Let me just take a quick look at some of the webcam settings. There we go. Try that for a little while. Yeah, it looks like a really great program. It's got lots of fantastic features. But Claude, I'm sure you've heard Dave talking about this over on his channel during his streams. It's not the software that makes the cartoon. It's you, the animator, and it's you using the features of the program to the best of the ability. But you've got to start off by drawing the pictures. So you need sort of the basic features of the program of being able to draw somewhere on screen, to time it out through a kind of timeline, and that's the minimum. Anything on top of that is a bonus. And you've seen him using just Critter, so he's using lots of the effects for changing the colours and the style, but it's basically just drawing pictures and timing them out. No, I'm happy to not have 3D. I much prefer 2D animation anyway. So yeah, I don't need 3D nodes. I think it's useful to be able to place 3D objects in your scene, particularly for building up backgrounds. So if you can place a number of cubes around your scene, move the camera to the angle that you want, then as you draw it, you can draw it from the correct angle. That would be really useful. And perhaps some basic cubes like that could be useful in OpenToonz, but I don't think it's essential. You can create these in other programs, as I've mentioned before, and then import images to give you what you need to see. Yeah, a lot of people like mixing 3D and 2D. I mean, without trying to sell the course I've made on Udemy is built around traditional animation. So that really is where my interest lies. it's traditional style cartoons. It is like the Bugs Bunny as we're looking at today, um, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, Tom and Jerry. It's the old classic cartoons, and for those you need drawings on your screen and timed out to match the audio that you've put together, and that's kind of all you need to get your cartoon together. But I do enjoy the extra features we get in OpenToonz and Tahoma. The FX are fantastic. The stage schematic to connect your columns together so that you can have one column affecting another to connect different drawings together makes it so much easier than having single drawings like you do in, say, Krita, for instance. Yeah, there's not many studios using OpenToonz, the premium version, Toonz Harlequin, um, and even fewer that would use OpenToonz itself. But there are some. I mean, for instance, obviously Studio Ghibli uses OpenToonz. That's why one of the developers was bought up by them. The developers for OpenToonz, that is, Shun Iwasawa. So there are studios using it, and the more we can get the word out about OpenToonz and Tahoma, the more people will start developing on it themselves, and the more that the program will get some coverage. Hi there, Cat Tap Animation. No, what's happened was Jeremy has taken some time away from developing Tahoma. Is all it is. With personal problem, wrong words. He wants to spend some personal time with his family away from the computer, and he's doing that for a little while. He will be back, but in the meantime, our good friend Manong John has taken over the mantle, and he's been working on Tahoma, continuing to pull the bug fixes in from OpenToonz and developing new features and new tweaks, and hopefully we'll have a release out in the next couple of weeks or so. So 1.2 of Tahoma, which will include some of the features and bugs fixed by the original developer Jeremy and by Manong John. So hopefully he'll be back at some point in the near future, definitely this year, I would imagine, but he's just taken some time off, which is fine. Claude's asking, do I hope Bloop makes another OpenToonz course? I guess potentially no, in one way, because if he does, that's some customers taken away from me. But if he does, fantastic, more people will see OpenToonz and Tahoma. So if people decide to, whether it be Bloop or other or the users of the programs, then that'll get the word out there more so, which is kind of more important. As I've said before on this channel, I'm not retiring from all of the income from my course. That is just a side hobby, and it's a way as well. It brings a small donation to me, a small bit of income, but it's really a way to put together a more organised way to learn how to use the program. But yes, Bloop's courses are great. I have seen them and seen what he's been working on, and they are fantastic. If he decides to, that'd be good. I know there's quite a few people who've taken an interest in OpenToonz over the years and taken a look at it. I'm trying to think of the chap I've seen recently from Animator Island. He's done a couple of videos about OpenToonz, which is fantastic. Again, to get the word out there. I know he doesn't spend a lot of time in the program, so I think he found himself a little bit frustrated by what he found in his first couple of visits, but he's still got people looking at it and interested in it, and then maybe they'll come and join one of the OpenToonz discords, ask the questions that they're frustrated with, and work past them. Hi there, Weng. Good to have you with us. So as you can see here, Weng's asking about the node system. Not able to find a detailed one. I plan to make a few things about this in the future. Two things mainly. One is I'd like to make a quick guide to the node system, and I put on YouTube, because it's a question I hear a lot of how do I get started with either the main schematic or with the FX side of things. Now with the schematic for doing cutout animation, if you check on my channel, I have got a playlist of how to do cutout animation, and that runs through the basics of how to set up the nodes, to connect columns and to work with them. And I've got half a dozen or so videos in there that you might find helpful. Regarding FX, I have talked about the FX quite a few times, and I've done it a couple of times on the live streams, and I've got a few videos about the effects. So if you follow those, you'll come across enough information to piece it together, I think. And I've tried to mainly start from the basics of assuming you don't know anything about the effects. So you should be able to watch any of those FX videos and then be able to pick that up. But I would like to make a beginner's guide to effects at some point. And the second thing was that because there's so many effects you can use and so many options, the beginner's video that I want to make would probably end up being maybe 15-20 minutes long to go through the basics that you'd need. I might be able to pull it down a little bit, but possibly up to 15-20 minutes. But then to get the detail that you'd need to fully understand them and to work with them, I was thinking about creating another course on Udemy, which again wouldn't be an expensive course, but it's a way to group lots of information in organized sections. So rather than trying to create one video with it all in that would be an hour long or something here on YouTube, or to create separate videos that are disconnected, creating a course allows you to much easier break down the subject into smaller pieces, knowing that there's the next piece coming up and they're in really finely defined sections. So I'd like to get to that at some point. I don't know what time, when I'll find time to do so. But in the meantime, yes, absolutely. Here on YouTube, I intend to create one, a video for, again, a beginner's guide. There's a few beginner's guides I'd like to make, getting started on a few areas of OpenToonz, and that is one of them. Okay, so I'll come back to questions again in a short while. But first, I'd like to take a quick look at what I've been working on last week. What happened last week? Okay, so let me get rid of that. So what I've done last week. So firstly, I want to mention the video that I made on Friday. And we've kind of covered some of this today, and it's talking about the X sheet and the timeline here in Tahoma. And it sort of matches as well in OpenToonz, but mainly in Tahoma for how you get to it. In OpenToonz there's a button, and it's, if I move my arrow, it's at the top left here on the X sheet and timeline, but on Tahoma there isn't a button for this. Now this week I've been discussing things with Manong John about this since he saw the video, and he's thinking about bringing the button back, but in the meantime it's in a context menu. So the video is showing how you can change the timeline into the X sheet, or to create a new one from the panels menu, and how to dock it. So you've got one or the other in here, or potentially both together, working together. But one of the main points I wanted to get over in this video was how you can switch one panel between the two and toggle between the two depending on your use. So to show more frames if you're animating and you need to see the timing, or more columns if you're drawing perhaps a single image or a cutout character and they contain multiple columns for the same single image. So you only need to see one frame but multiple columns. So I wanted to make sure that that was shown in here. And this came up from a question from somebody on one of my earlier videos, so I thought I'd cover that in a quick video. So if you haven't seen that yet, you can find that over in the channel. So the second thing I did was a re-recording of a section from last week's Sunday tea time. So last Sunday I created a section of the stream to discuss how to add shadows to a character, and unfortunately I left the chat window open over the style editor and palette window, and that's what I was discussing quite a lot, so I couldn't use that video. So I've re-recorded that this week, and I hope to have that edited ready for Friday to have that pushed out. And I've also taken my time to draw the character Asher from the upcoming cartoon Salt and Light, and I've got a speed paint of that as well that I was going to release during the week, and it's the character Asher that I used for drawing the shadows over. So you can see here the shadows to show the creases on his clothes, around his arm where the t-shirt goes, and on his face to show and highlight sections of his face where they're sunk in, to show kind of how old he is, and also down the left hand side with a little rough background just to show have something behind him in the style of the cartoon. So that'll be out this week as well. And the final thing I did was I also recorded the last two videos that I want to put together for the course on Udemy. So hopefully this week I can edit those, get them uploaded, change a few words around so that by the following week I can make them all live together. So the OpenToonz course also covers lots of sections of Tahoma. So it's a combined OpenToonz and Tahoma course, highlighting where the differences are. And I can't wait to get that out. I've had lots of questions about Tahoma and does the course work with Tahoma? 98% of the course exactly will work with Tahoma, but there are some small differences. So I've got an extra, half hour or so of videos and a couple of articles on there. So I'll tell you about that in a couple of weeks when that goes live. But hopefully that's what I'm doing this coming week. So let's get back to the chat. What happened last week? Okay, here we are back here. So let's bring up the chat. There we go. Me too, Wang. I'm really looking forward to it, to getting the beginner's guides out there. As I say, I was talking about a beginner's guide for FX. I want to try and put together, if I can, quite soon, once the new releases come out, a beginner's guide to getting into OpenToonz and or Tahoma. I don't know if I need two guides or if one would cover. So I'd like to have, even though on my channel I've got a couple of videos showing you the basics of getting started, I'd like a 10-minute crash course or 5-minute crash course of, once it's installed, how does it work? What can we do? So I want to put that together if I can to get people started. I still keep seeing questions from people that have downloaded OpenToonz or Tahoma and they've started drawing but don't understand some of the basic things, because in OpenToonz you can just pick up the pen. I've got here a scene I've not even created, it's just by default you have one, and I can start drawing and it'll create a level. You think you've got the drawings here, you don't know where the project is, where the scene file is, you don't know what scenes are, and when you come to rendering, people are saying, well, I've hit save here, but I've not got a video file, where's my video? So I kind of want a very quick guide saying, right, start it up from the dialogue, create a project, create a scene. There's 3 level buttons here at the bottom, create a level, here's what the levels are, start drawing, here's how you render. So I'd really love to get involved and get that put together as soon as I can once the new versions are out, because the layout of version 1.5 of OpenToonz and the layout of 1.2 of Tahoma could be slightly different. So it's not worth doing it until they're released. So that's, again, another little thing on the horizon. No, Claude, I don't know what regular show is. No. And you used OpenToonz. Oh, nice. No, you've mentioned that before, the regular show. I've not come across that before. And Gravity Falls. There's another animation I want to get to and watch sometime. I've not had a chance to yet. Yes, I guess it would use Toonz Premium rather than OpenToonz. I mean, OpenToonz had a bit of a reputation at the start of being quite buggy, and it crashed quite a lot. So I can imagine lots of people have been put off from using OpenToonz for that reason, so they would be willing to pay. Okay, so should we get started? So let me turn off the chat so I don't forget. And so the thing I want to look at today is we're working back on the Knighty Night Bugs animation. So let me load something into here first. What I'll do, let's load in the review project. Let's load it anyway. And before I do that, let me click on my rolling pop-ups in the background. There we go, this little fella. So we've got new users can come along and they'll see a few things about the stream. They'll see where we're running. They'll see details of buy me a coffee, that kind of thing, and Facebook, Twitter. So that'll pop up as we go through today. So we've got this animation. In fact, let me load up where we are so far, which is in the collated version. So for those that are new to the stream, I've been working on a small scene, very small scene, it's just 6 or so seconds long, from a reanimated project of a classic Bugs Bunny cartoon called Knighty Night Bugs. It's from 1958 or so, and it's one of the most well-known cartoons from Bugs Bunny, and it's been created, this project, by a Bugs Bunny fan. So I requested a scene, and I've got this here, scene 32 I've been working on. I've been doing it just for a few hours each Sunday afternoon over the past 5 weeks, and I hope next week I'll be finished with it, but more on that later. So what I've got so far is I've got a scrolling background as Yosemite Sam is riding on the dragon across the screen. So if I hit play on that, in fact that's going to play really slowly, so let me preview this, make sure we're shrunk down a little bit, hit preview, and that'll regenerate all of the images to play through quite quickly. Hey, we've got Blifton, not seen you here for a while. And Yulichek, glad you're here. Just in time for a small review before we get on with this animation. So this is what I've got so far. So the dragon runs to the left, and then it slows down to stop, and then Yosemite Sam will fly off his back and land on the floor. So last week I worked on the first part of Yosemite Sam here, and I've got a small animation of him sitting on the back. His arm and the lance are both moving, and the visor, which we found out was called a beaver, on his head, is bouncing up and down in time as well, and his little foot is bouncing there. So we've got the basics of the movement, and that took a while to put together because I was working on lots of other things before we drew here, and we're working from the sketches through to the animation. But now I've got the basics of Yosemite here. It should be a little bit quicker today to finish this off. Hey there, Tom. Thanks for joining us again. Good to have you with us. Thank you, Blifton. So the first part of the cartoon, Yosemite should be looking behind him because he's just ridden past Bugs Bunny, who's jumped into a hole. So his head's got to be facing behind him, then he turns around to face the front. And then he shouts to the dragon to whoa, and he pulls back on the reins that I've not drawn yet. We'll get to those next week. So he pulls back on the reins, the dragon slows down, he will then bounce off and land on the floor. So if I load the original animation, yes, Einstein's birthday. Happy birthday, Einstein. I'll drink to that. So here we are, frame 1. You can see he's starting off by looking behind him, and I'm not going to consider this too far, but it does appear like his head has turned exactly 180 degrees. His mouth and mustache is kind of not quite 3/4, but on the way round. But I was thinking of just literally turning his head the opposite way round. We'll look at that. So he's riding along here, his feet are bouncing, and then at some point, I want to check. So from frame 15, and let me just note this down. So from frame 16, his head starts to turn. And we can adjust the timing a little bit later, but let's get it roughly right. And it turns a few frames here. And then immediately you see, it's difficult to see, but he shouts, that's when he shouts, whoa, straight away. So it's like 4 frames later. So I want to look at his hands. So his hands are just in front of him. And then he pulls there. He pulls on the dragon's reins quite quickly. So frame 20 I've got it down for. Okay. What tea? You check. Just normal English breakfast for me today. Just normal standard tea. Or as we call it in this country, builder's tea. So he pulls on the reins and says, whoa. So he's pulling there, he sort of releases a bit and then pulls again. Yeah, he sort of leans forward. So he says, I'm sure he says like, whoa, dragon, and then whoa. So he pulls it a couple of times. He pulls it again. And then leans backwards. That's the important part for me when he really means it. So that's about 72. I'm not sort of using these numbers as strict figures of where I place the animation, just to give me a bit of a guide. But if you look down here in the audio file, you can see it gets larger. I wish this was a clearer view of the audio track, if they could make it taller. Optionally perhaps, so you could expand it and shrink it. But you can see it gets louder, and that's where he's shouting whoa, and where the dragon's feet come out to break. CJ Destroyer 19, hey there, thanks for joining us. Have you joined this stream before? I don't think I've seen your name pop up, so thanks for saying hello. Good to have you with us. I see you over there on Twitch. I'm on Twitch and on YouTube today. So thanks for joining us. First time. Fantastic. How did you find me, out of interest? So yeah, here in this part, he leans back, and doesn't just lean back, but he stretches, really overstretches for a few frames. And the part that's interesting for me is there. So as he's slowing down, he's still leaning back until the background stops moving. So that's about frame 90. So I've already got that, no doubt, that timing down there. Oh, fantastic. Well, I'm glad you found us anyway. Yeah, today I'm working on a very small scene for a collaboration project to reanimate this section with Yosemite Sam riding a dragon. And I've already animated most of it, and we'll go over to that in a second. I'm just taking a look at the original video here to get a rough feel for the timing of what I need to add. So here on frame 90, the dragon stops, and that's when his feet start to come up. Yeah. And he moves into that kind of L shape that he stays in for the rest of the animation. So we'll take a look at that. He bounces, let me just check here. So he bounces 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then in the air. So I'm just noting that he bounces 6 times. And again, we might adjust that. Then flies in the air as the background scrolls, lands on the floor, excuse me, with some dust particles coming off him, slides a little bit, and looks out. And all the time he's bouncing, his eyes close every time he hits the ground, so we need to add a little bit of frame by frame animation in there. Yeah, I've done a couple myself, CJ, but this is one that I'm kind of putting more effort into and taking more time over. And I kind of gave myself a New Year's resolution to draw and animate more. And to help me do that, I decided to do these Sunday tea time streams. So you'll find me here each Sunday afternoon, and it's from 3 p.m. UK time is when I stream from, usually for 4 or 5 hours. So I'm here for a while. And we're here to have a bit of a chat, bit of a look over OpenToonz or Tahoma, and I'm using Tahoma today to animate with, and to work on some sort of drawing or animation. So I'm hoping to have this finished next week, fingers crossed, and then I work on another animation, which isn't a secret, so I may as well share it, and it's the Futurama. I've been working on a Futurama, introduction to a Futurama fan film. But we'll talk more about that in a couple of weeks when I start on work on that. I've already worked a little bit on that early last year, but we'll get to that in a couple of weeks. So I'm hoping to finish the animation of Yosemite Sam today, and then next week I want to add in the finishing touches, all of the effects of like the dust particles, of when he lands, of when the dragon stops, and of the reins that's around the dragon's neck, because they'll need to be added in frame by frame. So I'll add all of those pieces next week, and hopefully that'll be that finished. But while I'm here on the stream, I'm also happy to answer questions about the programme. So if you have anything to ask CJ, just pop it in the chat and we'll try and catch up with that and answer that for you if we can. And means you're new around here, you may not know about my Discord channel. So I've got a Discord channel as well that I run along with my YouTube. And on the YouTube I've got tutorials and animations, but mostly tutorials about how to use this software. And on the Discord channel you can join us to ask questions about the program, how to use it, figure out what other people are doing, share your work, or just chat about animation. So if you want to join us there, there's a link down in the description. Take a look if you want to. So yeah, so there's lots of eyes closing, and I'll reuse the animation for that. His body moves a little bit, his arms are flailing out, so I might do some animation for that. I might do a tiny bit of plastic tool animation, but I mainly want to draw this fresh and have it as a frame by frame, because there should only be 2 or 3 frames in here, and I don't think I can repurpose last week's animation for this because of the shape of his legs going in sort of horizontally the opposite direction. So yeah, so some frame by frame for that, and then use the animate tool to move them along. But I'd like to start off with the start of the animation where he's facing backwards and then turns his head round to face forwards. So I'll start off forwards just to get the animation moving, but I now want to start off with his head backwards. I'll have him drawing to go forwards and then opening his mouth to shout to the dragon. So let's load up my scene. Here we are. So this is my scene that I did CJ. I don't know if you saw this earlier or if you joined just after I showed this. So I've already done the animation of the dragon running and of Yosemite sitting on his back with a little bit of movement of his foot bouncing, the visor moving up and down, and his hand holding the lance. So I've got that first part, but let's look at his head facing backwards. Let's move the keyboard out of the way, have a little drink, and then we'll get started. Okay, so if I look at the Sam level here, and if you've got any questions as I'm doing this, do drop them in the chat. Thank you, CJ. Do drop any questions in the chat, either for me to answer about this animation, about the program, or anything to do with what we're looking at today, or for other people to join in to the chat with. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves as we work through, but I'll hopefully be able to help out if you have any questions as we go along. Okay, so Sam, I want to have him drawing backwards. So I've already got him connected to the mesh, so I can't draw on the same level while it's connected to the mesh. So I need to move that out of the mesh to be able to draw in it, or to draw in it from the level strip. So I think I will go to the level strip for a change, which I don't normally do. So from the panels menu, choose level strip, put this up here, and now if I click on the drawing in the level strip, I see only that drawing. So I can click to blank frame and press the D key, I believe, or do I do it on number 1? D key to duplicate the drawing. So I'll add the drawings in order and then re-expose them on the timeline. So I'll make drawing number 1 where he's facing backwards. So I want to use the selection tool. I want to flip his head backwards if I can, which might take some redrawing. So we'll hit save. In fact, the first thing I will do, as I've talked about before, and we'll come over to the bottom here and open my backup tool. So this is a tool to keep a copy of my backups as I'm working on a project. So if something goes wrong or I quite strongly change my mind, I can roll back to a previous version. I monitor all the files in the Tahoma folder, because that's where the project is. So all the projects are within there. So let's click start. It takes me to the backups folder. And if I come into Tahoma and press save, and then go back here, just to check that it's watching the folder, and that I get a first backup, there we go, at the bottom here, of that being saved. And it's version 55 of what I've done so far. And let me pop a name in here first, so I can name this copy. So we'll call it before stream 6. So we've got a copy of that on disk now. So I can always roll back to where I started from today. So using the selection tool, let's make sure we're in freehand mode. And let's cut around his head. And then if we go to the options toolbar at the top here, click in the horizontal area and type in, instead of the horizontal being 100%, make it -100, just to flip it the opposite direction. And then pop it back over here. And that was, try and keep it the same height, so it was that high. We want it to the left a bit, like that. And then click away. And then if I change between those two drawings, that's fine. And then we just fill in the gaps. So if you use the paintbrush tool and then use the fill colour, bring down the sides. I'm only painting on areas, so I won't paint on the lines that we've drawn around the edge. Hi there, Soda Pop. Glad you could join us today. Originally, when I made the backup tool, that was my very first backup tool, because this is version 2. Oh, shut up, Meg. This is version 2. When I first made it, I was intending to put it directly inside OpenToonz. And that's when I'd got the code down on my machine and first got it working together. But the code was so messy, and it's in C++, which isn't my favourite language to code in, that I decided not to do so. I would have much preferred to have it directly into the program, but unfortunately it was just too hard to do so at the time, so I made it as an external program. I've discussed this with both Jeremy and Manang John over the past number of months, off and on, and I've said if they wanted to do something, some sort of backup tool or feature in OpenToonz or Tahoma, that'd be great. I'd really like that. There's two things I'd like, to be honest, for it. If I open a window here and go to my project, so I'm in the scene 32, and because I've started using my tool, it creates a backups folder, and if I go in there, you can see each version of the backup. So there's version 55 that I saved when I started, and there's the renamed version with my extension, and I've got my previous versions in here that I've chosen to save. In temp is where it creates, takes a copy of the original. That's sort of by the by. But what I would like ideally was when you're saving to OpenToonz or Tahoma, as well as having all of these folders with all of the files in for drawings, audio files, imported drawings, scenes, etc. I would love it if it would save a single file to disk, and that's what I've got here. So I've got a single file that contains all of that in one kind of zip file, and it'd be easier to share that amongst other people. And I would love them to create both at the same time. So that's the first step. And then the second step is when you hit save, as I've done here, to copy that zipped file into a backup folder and to save a number of them. So we currently create initially one backup file for each file we save. I'd like to create a number of backups for the backup files, so to have a different value to set how many backups to save. Because you might want to save the previous 10 backups or 30 or all of them. So yeah, it would be good if we could do that. And I've talked about it with him and discussed what I'd like and what I think would be useful. We'll see if it happens. We will. Yes, he does Claude, but he doesn't post anything, many things very often. When he does, he shares them in the Discord server, so you'll get to see them. Yes, he shared 1-2 videos about OpenToonz over there. And in fact, if you go to the Tahoma website, let me just find that. Okay, if you go to here, just get that out of the way so we can see. And then if in one of these, I believe there should be a video. He did have a video, I thought, of one of these now. No, I thought he had a video on here that you could have followed to find his channel. I can't remember what the channel is, but he does have one. He shares the occasional video, but it's been quite a while. If I see another one, I'll certainly be sharing it on my Discord, so you will get to see it. Yes, I think you're right, Soda Pop. They are the only ones that would be able to do that. I'd love to see it though. But a backup tool, as I've got here, again, not banging on about it too much, but it needs more than just backing up. So I create a zip file of your project, I store it in a folder. You also can rename them, and you can restore them to roll back to a previous version. So you need all of that built in. So there's quite a few things to change. It would be great if they could put that directly in the program. But in the meantime, it's over in my Gumroad. So if you're interested, take a look over there and you can see what it's all about and get working with it yourself. But I find it so useful. I really do. Okay, let me just do this outline here and over the top, a bit more black there. So we've got some blue. Okay, fine. So I've got his head facing backwards and then forwards. And what I want to do is I was thinking about this, how you could turn his head round, and I was going to do a standard 5-step movement. And if I click on drawing 2 and tap insert 3 times, so drawing 1 is facing backwards and 5 is facing forwards. If I just go to drawing 3 for a second and hit save, and how quickly draw a kind of spacing chart for what I'm trying to do here. So I've got him facing backwards here and forwards there, and there's kind of like a timing chart. Backwards and facing forwards. Now when I have a movement, what I've been tending to do, if it's a fairly even movement, is having a middle drawing and then having a drawing to ease out from the start position and ease in to the end position. So I've got this set of 5 drawings, and that's kind of the basics of what I'm doing. But the ease in and out is quite close to the original. It's just a small movement to catch your eye, to see him start to move, and then as he settles into the final position, it settles into it from this earlier previous step, with a center point that catches your eye as he turns around. So that's what I'd like to try and do. Let's see how successful I can be. So in fact I should have used the duplicate function, but that's fine. I'll just copy and paste using the selection tool. So if I copy that and go to frame 2 and Control V, I'll copy drawing 5, Control C, and then go to frame 4 and paste it for the ease in and ease out. And also paste it in the middle because his body needs to be the same for all 5 drawings. Excuse me. So click away to settle that down and save. So save early, save often. So as he turns around, let's go to the middle shot first. Let's show the onion skin for the previous drawing and the next. Yep, which are the facing backwards and facing forwards. And we do that by hovering, click and drag from the red blob upwards and the green blob here downwards. And it's a bit trickier setting up the onion skin from the level strip compared to the timeline, but it's okay. It's okay. So I'll take the eraser first and let's remove his head. So for a start, cut that out. And then we'll delete the bottom part here and the right hand side there. And because that's all quite bright, I'm going to go to the preferences, and on the onion skin tab, let's change the paper thickness. So I've got it set quite low, so it's really thin paper, so you can see quite a dark colour behind it. So if we increase this, and I believe the values are 0 to 100, so let's go halfway and press tab. No, let's go higher, 70, and press tab. Let's go even higher, 90. Okay. Let me just turn off the onion skin for those 2 drawings. Right, that's what I was thinking. I'd got something wrong here. So on the eraser, I got selective ticked. So I was only deleting the colour I'd got selected in my palette. So untick that and then try and delete. Much better. Okay, so let's remove this. In fact, now I can see just the beard. Let's choose the beard, go to normal mode, and if I turn on selective and use that to my advantage, I can now just erase the beard colour and nothing else. And then if you choose black, we've got selective selected, and now I can delete just that black line and leaving entirely his body in there. So if I untick selective so I don't forget what I'm doing, and now if I try and show the onion skin for the previous and for the next, there we go, it's much clearer what we can see. So as always, excuse me, hit save. For a head turn, you could just draw the nose moving from right to left in the centre there. So it goes straight across from one side to the other. But ideally for a head turn, you don't just move horizontally like that. It feels really unnatural. You want to have a bit of a curve like that. So your head's going down and then over. And especially being as he's twisted round on the dragon. So you want to draw the nose lower than it is on the first and second drawings. So let me just pop that in there. This will take me a few goes, I'm sure. And being as I'm streaming, obviously everything's going to go a little bit slower. That's too small because it's just so much, so many resources being taken up by the system. So ordinarily, when I'm not streaming, Tahoma runs a lot smoother than this, but something to consider as you're watching how well it's going here. I want to have it so I can still see some beard below his face. Start at the top, center. Then using the eraser in normal mode. Oop, get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Maria. The onion skin options are really flexible. To be able to adjust the thickness, to adjust the colours as you've done. For different drawings, it might be more appropriate to have a different colour to be able to see it better. Move that more to the centre. But also to be able to have the relative and fixed onion skin. And if you're looking on the timeline or egg sheet, hovering above the dots, you can see the difference between the two. Really, really useful. But in here, in the level strip, they're less flexible than they are on the timeline. But still, they're good enough for most of what you need to do. Okay, let me also, I want to bring open the original. I'm going to drag this until he's turning his head round here. There. And I'm going to put this on my second screen so I can see more easily how they drew them in a full face-on view. Yeah, interesting point, Soda Pop. The two colours, the green and red. So red is like stop and green is go. Yeah, whichever way makes it work for you. I mean, the great thing about this is in Tahoma and OpenToonz, the colours are shown on screen on the actual onion skin here. If you change them, if you change it to blue, I don't know if this changes to blue or if it still stays as red and green, but in the default colour setup of red and green, having the colours here makes it much easier. It's green for forward and red for backwards. So looking at this, in the original, try deleting that. He's got kind of a rounded nose, a flatter, rounder nose. So let me try drawing that. So I don't know how successful we'll be today with this. So as I said last week, we'll just see how we get on with it all. Yeah, the green is quite bright, Maria. You can see here it's kind of really in your face, quite glowing, bright green. So yeah, it might not be the most suitable, depending on what you've got in the background. Let me see if I can make this slightly larger without it getting too blurred. Yeah, and put it in the middle. Rotate it around so it's straight. Fine. Let's start with that, I think. Okay, and he's turning around so we can see where his moustache was and where it's going to. So we need, on drawing number 2 and 4, the moustache to move that tiny bit as he rotates, and in the centre it needs to be moved a bit more. So if I go to drawing 1, for instance, you can see it down here. Drawing 2, as he comes round, it wants to move up a little bit, and his right hand one wants to come in. Then drawing 3, it almost wants to be where both of them are here, but I'll have it more near the centre. And we're doing this directly into the ink layer rather than sketching first. Ideally, I think you'd do a sketch first to get a feel for it. I'm happy to just ink this straight in and see how it looks after that. I'm not happy with that nose. I'm not, so I'm going to delete you. And we will get this done one day. And this is where sketching would be useful. And there we go. Much larger. And then we can do this. I found myself tracing over that then. I want this to be here. I'm trying to think where it goes. Tell you what I will do. If I bump, 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 bump. Let's have a quick look at this. Well, okay, Tom. Yeah, the colours they've chosen, red and green, are interesting. And I think it's quite common in other animation software to use those. Yeah, the paper thickness is it's a great little feature, great little touch. It's something that I suspect most animation software has. Without it, you could cope. But I'll get back to that in a second. Without it, you could cope, but I think that having it in just makes it that much more flexible. Yes, absolutely it would, Tom. I was thinking about possibly using the plastic tool to move that. I'm not sure yet, because I'm going to include these drawings in the same plastic tool mesh and skeleton as when it's facing forwards. We'll adjust that in a little while. So maybe I should change the drawing of number 1 to have his moustache facing backwards, so to the right, as we're looking at it here. But if I did that, it would be drawn over the body and you couldn't move it with the plastic tool. By having it outside the body, you can move it a little bit with the plastic tool. So I wouldn't want his moustache going all the way forwards from here, but it would sort of curl around a little bit. And it's only for a few frames, so I don't think it matters too much about being, you know, accurately represented as it moves. You know, the more I think about this, the more I think it might be easier on the timeline and to do some sketching first. In fact, let's leave that there. So if I copy a drawing of Sam and move it to another column, so I'll select a drawing, press Ctrl C, I'll go to the very top just to make it easier, select on a column and press the insert key, and that inserts a column at the top. And I'll paste that. Yes, possibly right, Tom. Possibly, yes. Just thinking about that, because I want the visor moving as well. Yeah. I was talking about this the other day with Dave, Blender Planet, about the plastic tool, because he did a bit of an experiment where he spent one morning, he tried to set up an animation with the monkey and he used the plastic tool, and he was on, I think he was online for 5 or 6 hours, and he drew the background and the character and everything else first, but he spent perhaps a couple of hours using the skeleton tool or the cutout style to have the monkey run up a pole and then the plastic tool on his tail to have it move, and it was quite restrictive. So then he went and had his lunch, came back and spent another couple of hours, but this time he drew it frame by frame. And as he said, he found it much easier than trying to control it with the cutout tools and the plastic tool. And it went a little bit quicker. I don't think it was a lot quicker, but it was a little bit quicker. And as he said, he found it more fun. Yes. Oh, sorry, Tom. I've just got up to your comment. Time versus reuse. Yeah, if you put all the time into making an asset and you're only doing a small clip, it doesn't pay off. Absolutely right. Yeah, sometimes it's just easier to redraw it, or as Maria's been finding out, to use the was it the cut and paste option of using the selection tool and then moving parts of your character. The question mark key turns onion skin on and off. Oh, it's the, yeah, for me it's the slash, the / key. Yeah, that's handy. Okay, so if I paste Sam into this new column, if I choose to show only this column, so I can only see Sam, that would be easier. Then I'll extend that for 5 drawings, and I'll press the W key on each of the frames to cycle through the drawings to show each of those 5 poses. And I'll go down with the Q key to go from 1 to 5, because then I can scroll between them much easier than I can on the level strip, I find. Yes, UK keyboard does too, Tom. But it's actually, I say it's the slash because if you're resetting the key shortcut, that's the key that's set up in the program. It is the same key on the keyboard, but slash is the actual character. When you say 6 is the divisor of 24, not 5, what are you referring to with that? Because now I've got the drawings here, what I would like to do is I will add a sketch layer to sketch this through, to see the movement first, I think. So let me add a standard raster level. I'll press OK. I'll put that behind, behind the Sam copy. I've got the first drawing already, and I've got the last drawing, and it's just the other 3 that I want. So if I select frames 3 and 4 and press Alt D, that'll create me 3 blank drawings to draw his head in between. So I will delete the exposure of 2, 3 and 4. And then I can sketch the drawing, and then we can ink over the top much neater. Ah, okay, I understand, Tom. So you notice if I'm on the ink column, I see the onion skin of the previous drawing, but if I go down to my sketch column, I don't. And that's because we're only showing the onion skin for the current column. And if you want to show the onion skin for other columns that are visible, if you right click anywhere on the timeline, you can extend the onion skin to the whole scene. So now I can see the onion skin for the previous drawing, even though it's on a different column. So let's add a new brush. I'll change the brush to a pencil, and I'll choose the pencil to sketch this with. Let's have a quick look at this. Let's bring back to 0. Oh, I've got lock alpha turned on, so let's turn that off. That's better. Undo that and hit save. Okay, so we want the nose moving over a little bit. So let me just sketch something for that. But we also want this curve. So I mentioned about having a curve here. It's a bit too low because of where that is, so something like that. So on this one, he's going from right to left. So the top of his nose as well will follow that same curve. Okay. If I go to this drawing here, I can see the curves on and we're going towards that one. So in fact, let me draw that on each of these sketch levels. Right, so at the end, the nose wants to be the opposite of here, so moved over a little bit, moved down like that. Then in the centre, it needs to be at the top here. And again, following that curve, I'm looking at these two previous noses, going to be like that. Now if I use the eraser in normal mode, make sure it's large enough, and I can just get rid of those quickly. It'll be easier to see what I'm doing. Bum, 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 bum. So I hope you're all having a great Sunday today. And those of you that are working, aren't thinking about work tomorrow too much. So I make number 5 the end of the animation by right-clicking on the frame number and choosing set stop marker. And that means I can play the animation between just those frames. If I set the speed, it might be easier to see them. And in fact, to make it easier, I'll also play them in reverse. So I'll copy drawing number 1 to the end, copy drawing 5 so it's there twice, and then we'll paste drawing 3, extend it over, and reduce those. So now I can ping pong between those few drawings to get a feel for the movement. Let's slow it down a little bit. Yeah, okay. Save. So let's do the same thing with his eyes. So again, we're on that swing around, so we're not going straight across horizontally, so I need to move that around. So that's moved to the left, you can see it's moved by kind of this much. And I'm following the principle that some of you will have heard of from Blended Planet of going from the known to the unknown. So I know where the eye is going to be, so I can draw that in, and that comes out here next to the nose. And when his head turns round, we'll start to see his other eye, so we can draw that in here as well. We can colour that and draw that little line there. As he comes round, his moustache is going around behind him, so that needs to come up here. I'm trying to think that comes out to the side, moves a little bit to the left there. And it comes off from his nose here. Sorry, that's the top part. And the bottom part here, I'll bring that round so it starts to move across. Yeah, and again, much easier I think having a sketch level while I'm trying to ink this in one go. I'm sure some of you will be able to do that. For me, it's a bit of a no-go, I think. I'm happy to take my time and sketch this through. So in fact, let's continue with his moustache. Let's do that on the opposite side. So we could, if we wanted to, use the selection tool and select all of this and copy it. go to drawing 3, I can delete that, click on screen with the selection tool and press V, Control V to paste it. And then while it's still selected, and we can see the selection controls around the edge, go into the horizontal box and change that to -100 to flip it over, and we can reposition this as necessary. So it's moved to the right there, still on part of that curve. Click down. So I can see his eye appears to be shrinking, so we can fix that. So it is coming down, but that's also coming down here. So I've got this habit of drawing things smaller than they should be, and I find myself keep resizing to make things larger. So it's something I need to watch out for, I think. And let's do the same on the other side with a pencil, because you can see the top of the eye here hasn't come down. So we'll move that down a little bit, and let's also make it slightly taller, a tiny bit wider there. Okay. So that's his nose in the center position. So let's draw his eyes. Again, you can see the previous and next curving round, so we can draw a natural curve on there. So his eyes, unfortunately, because of persistence of vision, it'll look a little bit like this. His left eye has only moved a small amount, because I want to draw one eye here and one eye here, and because it's so close to the previous eye, it might be peculiar, but that's where they sit. So let me take a look at this, and I'm going to add his eyes on here, and they are a little bit angry in the middle, just a little bit. Let me go to the previous and do the same for those. A little bit angry. So bring that in to be a little bit at a funny angle, and same for this one. It'll make it flow better. In the center, he's actually looking over to the side, so we can bring these over, I think. It certainly does for me, Maria. I don't know about everybody else in the chat there. Yeah, I do. I constantly draw things smaller. If I'm drawing a number of frames, I do them smaller and smaller as the frames go by, and consistency of shape and size really is one of my failings. And it's, again, as I've said a few times on the streams, it's one of the reasons I'm doing the streams and why I'm making myself do some drawing live, to practice all of this. I still think I'm drawing them small here, so I need to draw these eyes really into the nose. Okay, so that's the rough movement, so let's erase that line that I added up here. And one of the problems for me as well on the stream, I guess, is also being able to draw smoothly when my system's going slowly as it is. Make it slightly bigger. It kind of gets in the way of me being able to draw smooth. Here we go. Place that in the center a bit more. Click away. Well, as we talked about earlier a little bit, Soda Pop, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, we'll see both new versions of OpenToonz and Tahoma, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them. There's quite a few bug fixes and improvements, so I really can't wait to see that. Really can't. Okay, so let's draw his head moving around. So as he turns around, the helmet will change its angle, so it'll be showing less at this side as it comes round. Possibly a little bit thin there on top, so let's make that a bit wider. And again, the same on the opposite side. I've shown it coming from the same position, but coming with its peak to the left. And the peak of the helmet will come down at the right hand side and be up at the left hand side. So a little bit like that, I think. Oops. And again at the end, peak will be coming up there and down here. I think one of the things I'm excited about, and I'm kind of pleased it's coming, is the auto lip sync. And I'm pleased in a few ways. One way is that it's going to be a great new feature for people to get involved in lip syncing by bringing in the auto lip sync rhubarb library. And in one way, I'm kind of feeling proud that that's been brought in because of the program I made. So I mentioned earlier on my Gumroad, there's an auto lip sync tool for OpenToonz and Tahoma, and it's still there for OpenToonz, but the next version of Tahoma will have it built in. And that kind of, the conversation started after I built that small program, because it's quite a simple library that we can pull in, and it's something that Jeremy did, I believe. He started the work, and Mal and John will finish it over the next few days or week or so after chatting to him the other day. So I'm really kind of pleased that that's coming into Tahoma. I think that'll be really useful for a lot of people. I'm trying to think of what other features there are. I mean, what's your favourite one, Soda Pop, that you've come across? Because I've seen lots of bug fixes coming over from OpenToonz into Tahoma that Shun's been working on. So that's really good. Again, to remove some of the bugs and issues that are in both programs, it'll make it more stable and more consistent. Another one, actually, if I go to my startup pop-up, there's a new feature to remember where your default project is. So when I say new project, it goes to my documents folder, and you can set your default project to be where you keep all your projects. So all my projects are currently in a folder in documents called Tahoma. But every time I create a new project, I have to click on the button, go down to Tahoma and press choose, and then I can type in the name. But in the new version, I can store this in a preference, and it'll go to there every time. So that's really going to be useful to speed up my workflow for starting new projects. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Again, it's another tiny feature, but it will just help me on a day-to-day basis, especially for working on test projects. So often I'm trying now to feature or double checking how something works, and by being able to quickly create a new project, it's much easier. And then I can go back to my Tahoma folder and see all of my test projects and clean up after myself. So that's another teeny tiny feature that will be so useful. But yeah, how about you, Soda Pop? What are you looking forward to? Sabuman, you're right. How's that? So where are we? So we've got his helmet is turning there. So let's do the center point for for his helmet. So we can see the before and after poses. So we can poke the height of this in the center. I mean, he is tipping his head down actually. We choose the pencil tool, of course. So really that should come down a little bit. The line here is above his eye line of where the helmet goes to. So let's see if we can get the right width here. Let's see how that looks. Okay, let's do his mouth as well. So it comes a bit further over like that. And number 3 drawing, it comes a bit further like this. Upgrade to the raster fills. What's the change there? I seem to recall something about it. Just looking at his mustache at the minute. Let's bring this over. So again, we'll start to see the mustache from the other side coming through. I'm trying to think how you might see it. So really it's got to be just around here somewhere, just so it's orange underneath. So you put in a FR to implement a clear frames feature. Is this to do with the complication of deleting frames or clearing them? That in the level strip, let me just hit save. That it used to be that delete just cleared the lines on the drawings and didn't delete the drawings. And lots of people are confused of how you can delete the drawings. And you do that using the cut function, which is correct, but you should be able to delete them without adding it into the copy buffer. So ideally you'd have a clear frames and delete, or maybe you call delete remove frames, just to make it super clear between the two. I think I need to change this so to show it more going around. I think I've gone sort of the wrong direction with that. So let's get rid of this. Like that. Same for the side. Yes. Yeah, it would certainly be helpful to be able to clear and delete in the timeline. Okay, and then the center is going from right to left, so really the mustache should be dragging behind him. So that needs to come up here. So the next one is going to be this green part here. So it needs to be coming in like this, I think. And this one is disappearing behind the back, so it's got to be kind of lower. No, I think number 4 to make this slightly larger, make it easier to erase. Get rid of those lines. And then bring this out further, I think. Get rid of the red. So it's going to go to there, so I think it needs to be brought out further. As it's swinging out and settling in. So number 3, or the centre one, needs to be less excitable, I think. So look, so it comes just up a little bit. Still dragging, and needs to be dragging really, because it's dragging around his face. And I was hoping to have some time in the week to consider what I was drawing today, to more fully consider it. I had a little think about what I want to work on, but to detail in my mind how he rotates his head, how the moustache moves, the sort of angles I want to get in here. But I didn't quite find time for that, which is a little bit annoying. So it comes down, it goes out, and there. Right, so I need an in-between kind of a look. So before it goes to there, and then settles down. Let me just see what I can do. I think it'll be fine. So then that settles down there. Okay, so Soda Pop saying the filter will have a feature to fill in gaps in strokes. Yes, I did read that. Absolutely. I did comment the other day, and I must send another message through to Manong John. A feature I would love to see, and it might have to wait to 1.3 of Tahoma, is the autofill that you've got on the vector levels. So to have that in raster and Toonz raster would be so useful, because it's a great feature in vector levels that you can draw a shape and it autofills and auto completes it. But if you draw a second one that overlaps, you get a darker point at the center point, at the union of where the two shapes overlap each other, if you've got your alpha level turned down. Whereas in raster levels and Toonz raster, if you overlapped some shapes, there's not a concept of of drawing layers within a single drawing. So on vector levels, you can draw a shape here and a second shape in front, and it knows there's two different distinct shapes, so it fills them in independently, and any overlap is highlighted if you've got an alpha setting that's not on full. But in raster and Toonz raster, if you drew one shape here and one on top, that would now be one single shape but covered in that entire area, which means you could use an alpha setting to change it down to be slightly opaque, slightly transparent so you can see through it, but it would show as a single shape, which means you could draw shadows over the top of another drawing, and if you got it wrong, you could then draw again and keep increasing and adding to it without it having this overlapping alpha feature. And I'll talk a little bit about that in my video for next Friday that I've already pre-recorded, about adding shadows onto characters. But if that was in a feature in Toonz raster or raster levels, it was so much more useful. Plus you haven't got the issue of some of the vector fill issues, and having the vectors, when you've drawn the line, if you haven't got 100% accuracy, they can slightly resize. So having that in the raster levels would be so useful. So I really must ask about that again when I speak to him next. This helmet is too narrow here, so I need to make this wider. So let's change that. I need to add the visor over the top, which I'll do at some point later. Let's erase that inner line I don't need. And I'm really pleased to be getting to this week. I've been looking forward to doing this all week since last Sunday. Bring that in a little bit. Because we got to the point last week where we were so close to having a lot of Yosemite Sam completed So being able to come back to it this week is amazing. I was scared that I might have to cancel this week potentially with my sort of sore throat and not feeling so well, but I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Auto patch macro, yes, exactly, Soda Pop. The auto patch macro is really useful, and I believe, I'm glad you brought that up. That is one of the features that he was planning to add, to include a number of macros from Wolf in a Bowl, so that out of the box we've got the auto patch macro and some other ones in there as well, which I think would be really good. That feels quite narrow, even though he's turning around. His right arm moustache, I think, still needs to be quite broad and padded here. So we've got his mouth down there. Let me just have a quick look at the original. So the original, his mouth is kind of hidden here, but yeah, it's in there. It's only one frame as it moves past, but you need to include it in there. Okay, hit save. Let's see how that looks. And obviously the colour is going to make it flash a little bit. Let's bring down the speed again like we had before. I don't know why I'm turning my head to watch him. It's just in front of me, but I'm just imagining the movement. I think the eyes are losing their shape a little bit. So let's look at that. But that's not too bad. I think that's pretty good. His mouth isn't smiling, it's a straight mouth. So again, grab the eraser and pop that in. In reality, I think in the cartoon he's starting to shout as he turns his head, but I'm not too concerned by that. Was it? Again, I'm answering to the comment without mentioning it. Soda's saying that Wolf in a Bowl's macro, you haven't figured out yet. It's pretty good. I mean, would you like me to take a break now and have a look at it and show you kind of how it works? I'm happy to do so. If you'd like that, if that's useful. Again, I think I'm making the eyes smaller here. Yeah, I believe also they did talk about including the Durango plugins by default, which I think would be great to have in rather than people installing them. I often see questions of people asking, how do you use them? Yeah, the auto patch is, as I recall, fairly straightforward to use. So let's draw that line to pad it out and then use the eraser to sort of take away what we don't need. Yeah, if you'd like me to show you the auto patch, just shout up. Happy to do so. Let's just hit play on that. And if we ignore the flashing, I'm just trying to think about the movement. It's a very short turn, so I may well show these one or more of these frames on twos to make it more visible. Just looking at the shape of the moustache. His body won't change shape, it's just the head. So I'm looking at the moustache as it moves. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay. So if I extend out drawing number 1 of the ink level, bring back 5 there, and then again I use the W key to change the drawings to show 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now they've got the bodies on there. I'll erase the line I've already got. Hit save. Just when you mentioned soda pop, you said Wolf in a Bowls macro you can't really figure out yet. I thought you were referring to the auto patch. I understand. Yeah, the auto patch I've had for a long time. That was shared on the OpenToonz Discord over a year ago, I think, and I downloaded that. It's very similar to one I created myself, or at least a collection of frames, a collection of nodes. But it's handy having it in a macro version. Which reminds me, again, on my list of many videos to make, is I wanted to create a video of how to create your own macros, FX macros, and to explain what they are. Yeah, I really must get to that at some point. Okay, let's do some inking then, shall we? Let me grab the pen. I'm on the colour mode, turn that off. So drawing number 2, I need to delete the head. So I'll go to the selection tool, select all of the head, and I'll allow it to select some of the body. Tap delete. 3, the head's already deleted. Number 4, let's do the same. And then I will go to frame number 3, where I've already filled in the gaps here. And I'll select the top area, press Ctrl C, go to drawing 2, press Ctrl V. I'm not quite copied enough, so let's undo that. So drawing 3, we'll go right to the bottom here, highlight it, press Ctrl C, drawing 2, press Ctrl V, and drawing 4, select, press Ctrl V. So that's now filled in much more. So hit save, choose the brush, we're in the black, let's start inking. So I'll add a little bit of smoothing here. Excuse me. Just check, so the helmet has the outline colour here. Yeah, Soda Pop, it's something that's been requested a few times. They've come across the word macro, or they've looked at a context menu and seen load macro, create macro, and they've asked what it is. And it's such a simple but useful feature. I think it's well worth people understanding once they want to use effects. And I might create, as I say, I'd like to create a quick video here on YouTube, but that would be part of my FX course, one of the parts of that as well. So yeah, I really want to get to that. It's so useful, so useful, and particularly perhaps with Tahoma having macros built in, I think it'd be worthwhile to understand them. So maybe I should raise that up the priority list a little bit. Okay, so time for Inkadoodle. We just have a look at that. Okay, so let's look at the thickness of the lines. How is that? Not bad, go a little bit thicker. Look at it compared to the line of the body. A little bit thinner, so down to about 4. Let me just type that in, minimum of 4. Yeah, perfect, okay. So let me first do the helmet line. I'm tracing the sketch line fairly closely. I think it's not too bad, but as it's only a sketch, it's a guide. So feel free, if you're using this technique of the sketch and the ink layer separate, to try and follow the sketch closely, but don't treat it like you can't move outside the lines. The sketch line is giving me the rough positioning of each part of the face and the timing for the movement, but really, as you draw the ink line, that's where you get a better feel for what you're trying to draw. See, I'll draw the helmet on all 3 images first. So I'm just checking that everything moves okay. So the helmet goes a little bit lower here. That's because it's trying to tip forward, but I've not really got much of the forward tipping. So I'm going to draw this upside down. So it's an upside down curve rather than over the top there. Absolutely, Maria. If the computer can do the work, let it do the work. But macros, not quite, macros in OpenToonz and Tahoma aren't about saving you doing work, as in recording a bunch of steps as a macro. That's better. Instead, they're to combine FX nodes to save you having to add a number of FX nodes to create an effect. So you'll add a single node for this auto patch effect, for instance, and then you'll plug in all the inputs, send on the output. Without the patch, you'd have to add 3 or 4 or even more different nodes connected in the right order. So it just simplifies creating the effects. It's just a quick and easy and useful thing to do. So drawing 5, I've got a bigger moustache, that's fine. So if you take a look at the colour for drawing 1, let's click save. Save early. Save often. And then we'll choose black for the rest of the face. So let's draw that in. Including around the moustache, yeah. It's really useful, isn't it, Soda Pop? Really, really useful. That's quite a dark ink line, sorry, sketch line underneath. So I'll also turn down the opacity. There we go, which makes it easier as I'm drawing my ink over the top. So just check the black line is the same thickness. Yes, it is. So we'll draw the moustache in first. Before I do, remind myself where the quivers of the moustache are. So I've got one at the top corner and one at the bottom. So it's not a smooth line, it lets you know it's kind of a fluffy feeling to the moustache. So even though this is passing by quite quickly, I'd like to add them in. And let's use the eraser on the shoulder here. Just while we add the line, we'll fill that in afterwards. Okay, and same here, just to add that in there. Fine. So a little bit for the back of the head, and let's do these eyes. So we're starting to turn around this way, so I want the eyes, the pupils, to move a little bit as well. So we're on the previous drawing, they're facing directly forward. On this one, I'd like them to move over a little bit. Likewise for this one. Okay, I'll fill in the body in a second as I do the colour. Number 3. So again, let's use the eraser just to remove this bit here and start with the nose. Off there. I remember Soda Pop when we when we looked at the macro effects, I couldn't get my head around and remember quite how to, was it to create them or to manipulate them in some way? I couldn't remember. So I think putting that video together is just going to be really useful for me as well. And for somebody that has used them to not remember, I think it shows how much we need, hello chap, how much we need a video to show how to use them in the first place. Okay, so the eye is moving over to the left. So let's draw it here. And colour that in, the pupil. And the same on the right. Okay, so let's do the moustache. In fact, no, undo that, because I need that to be curled under rather than going flaring out. I think Soda Pop, I kept a copy of that video for exactly that purpose, to remind me, to remind me how I did it for when I look back at it. Because I remember being really frustrated because we connected on Discord. Because I said to you, oh, they're really useful, really easy to do. Went to Discord and then I couldn't remember how to do them. Yeah, please do Soda Pop. If you can send it over to Maria, that'd be great. If not, then Maria, if Soda can't do that, drop me a message and I can send that over once I've dug it out. I'm sure I've still got a copy. So I'm going to draw a line from the helmet to the moustache, but because the helmet is blue, if I just draw onto the helmet there, if I zoom in, you'll see I'm drawing black over the blue. Let's undo that. So you change the draw order to be under all. I can now draw up to the blue without going over it. You can't draw over it. So changing the draw order, really useful. So let me just zoom back out again to a decent size. There we are. Okay, and hit save. I'm drawing number 3. Almost there. And then we'll see if this worked. Oops. Make that a little bit longer. Now I can draw this line over the top. And I've said it many times, but inking is really one of my favourite parts of putting together an animation or a drawing, because you've got the position of all the elements by your sketch, by doing a sketch, and it is a case of just adding that little bit of flair of where you're drawing the lines, and it makes it so much more fun knowing that you haven't got to think about the position. You can just draw neatly. It's almost, I was going to say, it's almost like tracing, but it literally is tracing, and it's such a nice feeling and such a nice way to draw. And if you was here earlier, you'll have seen how I was struggling to draw this as an ink level first before I decided to come back and do the sketch level, and you'll see the difference. Add the mouth in. No, I didn't do the mouth either here. Hit save. And I changed the pencil tool rather than to the ink level, sorry. So let's just draw that in. That's not quite right. I've not added the mouth in here actually, so I need to do that. So let me just draw that eraser first to get rid of this. Bring down the size, and I'll use the selective option, which is so useful, to choose the highlight lines first to get rid of just that one colour. Then we use the fill and get rid of that one colour, and now I'm not erasing the black lines I've already put on there, so it makes it a lot easier to just erase the parts you want. It's almost like drawing on different levels, almost. So let me just add that in there. It's fine. Okay. I remember you talked to me about the rhubarb tool, and there was another chap asked me about it as well. I believe you may have asked me first on YouTube about rhubarb, but yes, no, thank you for doing that. And any suggestions and reminders for videos or usage is always so useful to hear what people want or to get some ideas, because I didn't know about the rhubarb tool until you mentioned it, I believe. So I'm really pleased you did bring that up. Yes. Let me hit save and bring that in, and then try hitting play now. We haven't got the colour still, so let's just see the movement. I haven't got 5, 5, 3. I haven't got the drawings over here. Let me extend that out. Delete that and put the right drawings in. So pressing the W key or the Q key to come down to choose the right drawing number, number 2 and number 1. Hit save. Let's take a look. So his head goes quite thin in the centre. I might make that wider. Yeah, that's too thin. That is too thin. Let me try the selection tool on that. This is a little bit I was talking about earlier about drawing things too small. So I'm going to make that slightly wider and then bring that back and again and place that back over here. Good. And then let's just fill in any small gaps we've got. So I can see one there. Okay. Fine. So let's colour this in and then hit save, and then it'll look a lot better once we've got the colour working there. So what colours do we need? Oh, first let's fill the gaps in for his body. So that needs the outline colour. So let's check from drawing 1 to drawing 2. Look at the previous drawing. And we're drawing under all, so I can just zoom up here. That's fine. And next, and now you notice that I turn on the onion skin for drawing number 1 only. So as I move between drawings, the onion skin doesn't change. So I can see where the line was and hopefully keeps that same line. Okay, then some highlight lines. So let's bring that size down a little bit because they're quite thin. Yeah, they go to the top. So just a quick skim, whoop, over each of those. Make sure they match. And there. Fine. And then let's just fill it in, and we'll use the paintbrush tool, I think. So I haven't got to worry about filling in the tiny corners where the bucket fill sometimes fails to fill into. So I'll leave his mouth there and go around that. Oh, just those corners there. Just rereading your message there, Soda Pop, where you said you was reluctant, and I was just thinking that's not like you at all to be reluctant for many things. I know you're quite a positive person who, in the nicest way, you like to speak your mind. You like to let people know what you're thinking, which is really good, which is great. Okay, so I've got some of these light lines going over the black a little bit. So I want to make sure I'm over all. And that's where they've drawn the lighter line has gone underneath the main colour of black, but it's visible through the paler edge colours around the anti-aliasing. So I'll just make sure that the black is a solid line there. That's all of those. Just a little bit of tidying there. And over the top. Good. Okay, let's zoom back out and colour the rest of him. So hit save. So first we've got the fill for the helmet. Claude's back. Welcome back, Claude. And then we've got his beard. And in fact, it's beard and face, which is a little bit weird, but so be it. And then we've got his nose. You'll notice I've named my colours to make it easier to choose the right colour. And you can do this by just double clicking on a colour to change its name. So for the nose, I'll use the the Smart Raster paint tool, because I've not got an edge to this line, so I can just draw over that edge and then colour this in. Just take me a second. Yes, I imagine, Claude, that you'd be quite hungry. I know that when I get to the end of my streams, I'm normally quite ravenous. Use a bucket full for that. Because I go longer than I expect to have done so. Oops. Click the right colour, there we go. So let's undo that. I filled in on the sketch level rather than on the ink level. So bucket full, bucket fill on that, number 4. Let me try something different here. I'll use the under all brush tool to draw a line near the black edge line. And then I use the bucket fill to fill up to that. Yeah, that's much better, much easier. So let's paint in the eyes with the white. And then you notice I'm jumping between frames. I'm using the cursor keys left and right to quickly jump between frames, which makes it a lot easier when you're doing things like filling multiple frames at once. I fill that in, and I thought that would fail because I've not got an edge line. So again, using the brush tool, we'll draw a small edge line there at the end of the eye, and then bucket fill to there. Fine, good. So I've made his nose a little bit small perhaps, but I think that'll be okay. Let me zoom out. If I hide the sketch level, I've got one more fill to do, I can see there, of the beardy moustache that falls down below his face, which is possibly too big. I think it is. I should remember to add his face line on top of his moustache between it and the upper part of his face where his eyes and forehead are. His eyes, I'm not sure what you mean there, Claude. I don't know if you can have another go at explaining that. Choose the ink tool. With the eraser on selective mode, I can now erase just this black line, and it'll leave the blue lines there. So I want to create this moustache coming up from behind a little bit. So let's make it a small one there, see if that helps. Fill that. And then drawing number 4 has a similar thing there, so I need to draw that in as it disappears around the back and fill that in. And I also want to fill in his mouth, which I believe I'm drawing one. No, I've not done it yet. So let me add a new mouth colour. So I'll click on the beard and then the plus. And it needs to be like a little bit like his nose, to be honest. So let me undo that. So click on his nose and the plus. Make it slightly darker. And we can always change the colour of that later as necessary. Okay. I've not filled in his beard on the right there. Let's fill that in. I think that should be those drawings completed. So he does look a bit peculiar as he turns, but each frame is only on screen for 1 second. So we'll see how that looks in the animation. Oh, thank you, Soda Pop. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Claude, I did look at his design. I had the original animation on my second screen to try and help with that the best I could. But it moves quite fast, so I'm happy with how it is at the minute. What resolutions am I working in? Yulichek's asking. Standard HD, 1920 1080. Is it 1080? Let me right click on one of these levels and look at level settings. Yep, 1920 by 1080. Okay, so that's added those drawings here. And I think part of what you're referring to, Claude, is something that I intend to work on during this coming year. And that is to work on character design and to work on characters moving in 3D space. It's certainly something where I need to improve. So hopefully that's something we'll see improving in the coming year. Okay, so let's put this head turn in the right place. Go to that onion skin. So if I zoom out, and if we go to Sam, drawing one is him facing backwards. Let me show all of the appropriate drawings that we need here. So bring that down to there. Okay, so here's Sam. So he starts off facing backwards, and because of the mesh, you can't see this. We'll get to that in a second. Yes, it is. No, you're right, Tom. It is. I'm happy to come back and re-edit these, which I certainly will do. I want to kind of get the main drawing and the collection of drawings working together in the scene first. So I think I might come back to review some of these drawings. So he starts off riding along, and then I believe we said around frame 16 he starts to turn. So if I go to frame 16 and press the W key, it'll show the next drawing. Then number 3 by pressing WW, and drawing number 4 is nearly there, and then the rest of the drawings is facing forward with 5. So I'll press Q to come down as I'm cycling through the 5 drawings, and that'll show drawing number 5, and I'll do the same on the remainder. So he starts off facing backwards, turns round, and then faces forwards. So we've got quite a few things to fix here, as we can see. The first thing is to understand about the mesh, the mesh levels. Now the mesh sits over the drawing that was first there when you created the mesh, and it'll only show the parts of the drawing that are within that mesh. So for drawing number 5 as it is, we've got Yosemite Sam facing forwards. Let me turn off the visor for now. So it's just the Sam level we're interested in at the minute, and the Sam column. So it shows only the drawing that's within that mesh. So what we need to do is we need to adjust the mesh to include any other parts of the new drawings that are outside. So if I go to the Sam mesh column and select on the level, go to the if I hit save before I start, go to the plastic tool and change the mode from build skeleton to edit mesh, you can then adjust the mesh that you've already created previously. So all I need to do, because I'm not actually using the mesh to animate much of the character just yet, so I can just extend the mesh to surround the drawing to include it. So you can click and drag on any part of the mesh. So let me make sure I'm showing only the one. So his left arm I don't want to show. The visor I'm not showing. And let me hide the dragon, lance and everything else. So all we can see is the Sam mesh, which works on drawing 5 here. So then if we go to drawing 1, click on the mesh column, I'm in edit mesh mode, and I can just click and drag on these points to bring the mesh outwards from where it currently is. And I'll try and keep it looking quite neat so it still surrounds the object without too much overlapping of points. Excuse me a second. Okay, so continue to move the mesh over. And I don't think you can select multiple points to move, so you have to do this one at a time, I think. And then drag it out to the right. An alternative to doing this would be to draw kind of a large masked area around where you know all of your character will be within at the beginning and create the mesh over that. Hello there, Golden Slime. Welcome to the stream. Glad you made it. Hope you did okay today. So that's drawing 1. If we go to drawing 2, and again, on the mesh level, I'll make sure all of that drawing is contained within the mesh, otherwise it won't be visible. So that's the top there. Number 3, again, it's slightly outside, so I'll just increase that. How are you doing today, Golden Slime? How's your day going? And number 4, it is within inside, so I'll just extend that slightly to make sure it stays in there. So now all the drawing will stay inside. So let me extend the play length. Just rewind and play that one small part. Fine. So you can now see all of him as he turns around. Enyo-san! Welcome to the stream. Glad you made it. Yes, that's right, Maria. You do. Yeah, the mesh takes a little bit of getting used to. And it's something to certainly play with and get your head around how it works. Which again is part of why we're here today. So we can see what problems I come across and how we can get around them. Okay, so that's him turning around. And as we've said already, as Tom mentioned, I think we'll come back and I'll redraw little parts of this once I've got the basic movement going and the basic animation and timing set up. Adjusting a drawing is simple compared to everything else. So I want to go through the process of putting this together, and then you'll see how I've done it, and then we can come back later and adjust the drawings to make them look better. Okay, so for me, that's his head turned around, facing backwards to facing forwards. I also want to fix the visor. So the visor is bouncing on his head there. I need to adjust that so it bounces when he faces backwards. So There's two things I need to do. Firstly, I could just flip it, but the problem is that the anchor point for the visor, if I go to the Animate tool, center, is at this point here in the drawing. And if I flip it, in fact, when I flip it, it still will flip around the center point. So that's fine. So I believe I can choose the scale, go to the horizontal. In fact, before I do anything, let me save this, go to the backup tool. Then now that's saved, let's create a backup at this point. So Sam's head turn, copy. So if anything goes wrong, I can always come back to this stage. So on the visor front, let's take a quick look on the FX room in the stage schematic by clicking the button bottom right. Let's find the visor front. Here we are. And the visor front is connected to the visor back. So it is the visor front we want to change, and the visor behind it will match. So on the visor front, let's go to scale, H to be -100%, which will flip it round. I can then choose the position to move it to where it should join. I'll change the rotation . In fact, let me undo that. Because I've got this continuous animation. As he moves up and down. Let's have a think. So we need to have an animation where it's facing backwards and it moves up and down. Then when I flip it, I need a different rotation animation for move up and down. And this one works for facing forwards. So I think I'll include a different one for facing backwards. So if I insert a column, let's copy this drawing and paste the visor there. Then using the Animate tool, I will change the scale so it's -100% to flip it over. We'll then delete the drawings where it's facing forwards to show only from drawing 19. So if I delete those, now you don't see that visor until it's the other way around. That's fine. I can move those keys over so it's clearer they act at that stage. Because I don't want to mess this up for the visor in both directions. We'll extend that drawing here. So we've got visor where it faces backwards like that. Let's make sure we named it differently to the other one at the back. Okay, delete the other visor there. Good. Okay. We'll also insert a copy of the back visor. So we're kind of going to duplicate what we did facing the other direction. So from 19 onwards, the visor is still moving as it did before, but on the first part, we need to place it facing the opposite way. So let me just rename these two columns so it's clear what we've got here. So we've got visor, let's call it visor 2, because only the first few characters are shown in the schematic. So visor 2, the one that's at the front, nearest us. Then we've got visor to back. Hit save. And then in the stage schematic, I will connect them again. Let's just go full screen with this, as I showed you before, by pressing the backwards single quote. Makes it easy to work with some panels. And then we've got the visor to front and the visor to back. So they're connected with the back joining on the front. And then the front wants to join the same place as the other visor does. So let's move these near each other. So a point 23 is where I want to connect the visor to, the same as the other visor. And if you saw last week's stream, you'll see that connects to the plastic tool of the Sam mesh plastic tool. So as Sam moves up and down, the visor is connected and moves with it. Like that, it's going up and down. But I need to create an offset for this visor. So if I go to the position on frame 1 for the front, I can move this, in fact undo that. I need to change the center point to be at the rotation point for this visor, there. If I zoom in, that's where it's going to rotate from. And then move the position to where it should be joining. Let's have a look at that. So now it sticks to his head. And I just need to move the position of the flap as it goes up and down. Hit save. So let's see how the previous one moved. And this is following the dragon. So from frame 3 there is where it's moving. So let's not worry about that. Let's see ourselves of where we want it to move to. So it starts off by going up, up, and then it's so up 2, then down, 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 down to 1, and then moving up. Right, so it's just come down to 1. It's still coming down, so that's got to be up here. Change to the rotation option, and then it first goes up. Let's add a key on the first frame to be there. We'll come back and change this in a second. Let's make sure we're on the visor 2. And then when it goes up, this wants to come down a little bit, then all the way down. That covers his nose. In fact, let me change that. So when he first comes down, that covers his nose. And it goes up. To here. Let me just see how that goes. Move that key back a little bit. Can't do that, so let me just literally move it there so it goes up. So a couple of frames where it goes up there. It goes up and it stays up while it comes down to drawing 8. Then 9, it's got to go to 0. So have another key there. So hit the key button, and then frame 9, that's got to go to 0. Okay. And then I'll hit the repeat button. It's only for a few frames, but let's see how that goes. That's okay, so it goes up, then it flaps the top as it comes down to the bottom. It starts to go up. In fact, that key can probably be deleted because of the repeat option. Let's see. Yeah, good. And then as he turns around, I need to draw this in as a separate drawing. Thank you, Tom. There we are, we're back. Sorry about that. I know why that happened. it's this issue, this ongoing issue I've got with the control key being held down. There's something about Tahoma with the drawing tools. Thank you. I didn't look at the chat for a while, so thank you for that. How long has it been like that for, out of interest? Because when I tried to type in 0 for the rotation, I couldn't type in 0, and Control 0 is what takes me back to the title screen. So I think it's only for a couple of minutes there. So that's a little bit annoying. So yeah, so I was just setting the rotation of the visor to go up and down as he moves on those few frames, and then as he starts to turn, I don't want that animation to get involved, so I'm going to turn off the auto repeating and I'll add the keys manually. It's only a few frames. It's like I was talking about earlier. Thank you, Ennio and Tom. Appreciate that. Yes, it is exactly that long press key response. I don't know why it does that. I'm not sure what it is. Something I will get to the bottom of at some point. So yeah, we were talking about this earlier, that rather than trying to set up a puppet and working with a puppet, it's sometimes quicker just to redraw. So I'll redraw the visor in a second, but let me add the rest of the movements here. So he goes down, it covers him there, and then I want to copy those frames to go directly afterwards there. So let's see how that looks. So it moves up and then bounces again there. So I don't need that, but I do want that one. So I'll add another key there and delete that last key. And then we'll delete those drawings and we'll see the visor disappear. Okay, well at least you made it back, Maria. Glad you're here. Let's see how this moves. So bounces, covers his eyes, and then as he turns, I need to draw that in, which I will add, and then it'll show the reverse. So that's 3 frames of the visor I need to draw on top of there. So if I go to that drawing, I need to draw it on top of there. So let me create a blank drawing on the visor for those 3 frames, and then we'll draw that over the top of those. And I'll do that in a second. So I'm just going to take a short break and I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm going to grab myself a fresh cup of tea. So I'm getting a bit thirsty and I'm very, very empty. So I'll do that. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes. Hello folks, I'm back. So I've got the lovely Mrs. T on the job for making a cup of tea. She's dealing with that, so that should be arriving soon. Let me take a quick look at the webcam. I can see a bit of mess around the edge, see if I can tidy that up a little bit. That's not too bad. Okay. So just before I continue, we've got 15 concurrent viewers at the minute. Got a bit of a challenge for you. If you've not said hello yet, why don't you pop in the chat and just say hello, let me know who's out there. Drop in your name. It's just nice to know who's watching. So if you could do that, that'd be superb. If you don't want to, that's fine as well. Okay, so I'm going to draw the visor manually over the drawings 3, 4 and 5 as his head turns. I think you're right, Soda Pop. If you actually drew a picture, Levi G, thank you for saying hello. Nice to see you. Nice to have you here. Is this your first time on the stream, or have you joined us before? And let me show column 20. And this is where we drew this away from the rest. Let me use the animate tool just to, oops, undo that in position mode to move this out of the way, and then we can zoom in and we won't be bothered by the plastic tool mesh at all. Yes, if you could draw a good logo and you've sent it through to Jeremy and Malang John, I'm sure he would accept it and pop it on if he prefers it over his current one. The current one is quite plain, I guess, but excuse me, but it does the job. So I think he's quite happy with it at the minute, but I'm sure he would be open to an alternative if he had one. So let me take a copy of the visor and paste that here as well, and we'll bring that over. So let's use the animate tool again, bring that over. Flip it over with the scale option to -100, just so we've got something to take a look at, and move the position over out. Levi, hello. What are you doing up there? It's great that you're here at last, that you said hello. You've watched many of my streams. Feel free to come in and say hello. I mean, you can always just sit there quietly if you want to. But it's great to know who's hanging around. So do come and say hello when you are around, if you can, and if you're feeling in the mood. I won't bother you too much, I promise. Let's put that just there. So I need to draw something as he turns to show that. Hen Thiepen, welcome. Glad you're here. Been watching for about a year. Well, it's brilliant that you've come to say hello today. It's good to have you on the stream and joining in the chat. Are you both, Hen and Levi, both animators? You use Tahoma or OpenToonz? So let me show the preview of how the helmet looks to remind me how it looks here. I've come over to this side. I need to set up the effects for the helmet in reverse. So the bottom part of the helmet is always shown in the outline colour and the front, and then we use the highlight lines where it joins in and maps over the top. Tahoma, excellent. How are you finding it so far? Most people are preferring it over OpenToonz. I'm a huge fan, clearly. And have you made any animations yet, Hen? Let's use the outline first. And for simplicity, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create a new drawing to use as a to draw this in a separate level, and I can copy and paste over the top so I don't make any mistakes. And any mistakes I make are much easier to edit. You're a 2D animator. Okay, lovely. Also, are you a member of the Discord server? It's worth me asking, because we've got a Discord server where the animators and artists over here on YouTube share their art and animation, especially those made with Tahoma and OpenToonz. And if you've got some to share, then please do so. It'd be great to see it. Oh, superb! Yeah, if you can share any, whether it be your professional work or your client work, it'd be lovely to see it. Absolutely. So please do consider it. Okay, so let's hide the front and show the back. Make sure I've got, right, here we go. So which one are we showing? That's showing the front visor. So let's see, excuse me, where this would go. Well, if you're working on professional work for clients, please try and forgive some of the dodgy drawings you'll see today. Tahoma, I believe you said golden slime that the hen is using. So let's start with the triangle then. In fact, let me see here. The last drawing is just bouncing upwards, and the next drawing is the same, over his eyes. Okay. So it needs to be, the visor needs to be higher. Let me just see that. In fact, I can show you those two there. And if I bring these drawings all over to the right, I'll be able to see them much easier. So let me delete some of these drawings and bring over, by holding the control key, the drawing and the animation keys to the right to put them in the right place. There. Okay. So I can delete that drawing. Two, that would be three. And then this is going to be, so you get it in the right order. Right, so that's going to be 3, 4, 5. For the visor, let's get it right. But for the head, it's 2, 3, 4, as I've got here. So 2, 3, 4. So I can see my sketches of the head there. Perfect. Oh, here's the tea. Thank you very much. I know it is.
Bye.
Bye bye. Cheers. Let's pop that over there. Yeah, if you've got time to join the Discord later on, it'd be great to see what you've been working on. So these drawings, the visor is moving upwards. So let me use the normal outline and bring that up here. So it's got to be up where the eyes are so you can see all of the eyes. Fine. So I'll draw a line here. To be honest, where that line is already, oops, that's roughly the right place anyway. Hi there, Claude. Welcome back. Just before Christmas you've been using it since. Well, the actually Tahoma only came out in October anyway, so you're quite early on the software. And I don't know if you saw it earlier, but there's a new version due out in the next couple of weeks or so, so keep your eyes open for that. It's got lots and lots of new features and bug fixes that will be really helpful. So you want to try and grab that if you can. So let me just erase this, get this line looking better, using the brush tool and a little bit of smoothing. This is quite a long way in front, so let's continue that. Bring that line to the helmet, then using the highlight lines, we'll join that up. Although it's connected at the side of his head, so as he turns, that'll be sort of round the back. So we'll have that a little bit higher up there. Good. So next we want the triangle, which moves backwards a bit. Yep. So if I just fill that for now, so I can see things a lot better, undo that. Why did that not fill? I've got a gap at the bottom there. And let's fill that and that. Again, you can see how I've drawn this much smaller, as I've talked about a few times in the past. I just reduce the size every time. I don't know why. So let me delete that line, and this is why, turn off selective, and this is why I wanted to draw this in a separate level, so I've not got to concern myself with what I'm erasing. I can just concentrate on erasing just whatever I need. In fact, again, I've done it with a dark line. So let me use the highlight to try and create this curve. Then the outline for the rest. And also include the start of the shape of the other side. Let's fill that. Again, this only is here for a minute, so I'm not too concerned about this being perfect. I'd like it to be okay. So let's draw this, come in a little bit lower. Let me hide that mesh, it's really getting in the way as I'm looking at this. Here we go. Make sure the visor's not here as well. We can always add that on later. Then using the erase tool, make sure I'm in the right level. Yeah, I agree, Soda Pop. The rooms don't really matter. You can add more rooms. You can even copy the rooms from OpenToonz to Tahoma, or create your own set of rooms in there. But I quite like the simpler set of rooms that Tahoma has. I think that's more useful for more people. Let me change the size as well, because I adjusted this earlier to be 4 for both, min and max. Let me try and fill there. Okay. I need to adjust the position of that visor. It's not quite in the right place. It needs to go up a little bit. So that looks a bit peculiar. So let me go back to frame 1. The visor, and make sure I'm position and move that up there. See how that moves. Yeah, it's much better. 9, 10, there. Yes. So add 2 more blank drawings in here, and then we'll add in the other shapes of this outline here. So turning 6, and then 7, it's got to be at the same height, and a little bit wider. Look at the height there, it's about just over halfway. So I need to draw that with the highlight lines there. Even higher than that, I think. Okay, and then with the new outline, and to raise that edge, I've got a bit too high. And fill that in. I've got a gap somewhere. I don't know where. Save that. Let me show just this one line. Show this only. Yep, there we can see the gap. Okay. So now I can just add that in and then fill it. Perfect. Okay. Now I need to show Sam in here. There he is. Now I can see where I'm going to. And then we'll add the triangles for his eyes, which is supposed to be sort of near the bottom, so we'll add one there and one here. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, that fits. But let's move them slightly higher. I think they're a little bit low perhaps. Up a little bit. And then paint over those couple of pieces I copied accidentally. Good. And number 4 is sort of simply the opposite of number 3. So let's figure out again the height. So I need to look at drawing 2. So there's a little bit of thickness on the side. So we'll do the same here. And let's draw the line in front of that first, because that is the position. A little bit of thickness, and it's the height that's the issue on the front that I keep getting wrong. So it's more than halfway, so like here. Okay. Even further. So let's use the highlight of the inside first. Curve it towards that point, then using the outline, join them up. And all okay. And then overall, we can get rid of the extra I've put into there. Good. Let's fill that in. And then erase. In fact, I've drawn directly on drawing 4, which is okay. Yeah, that's okay. I'm going to say let's erase that line then. And if I choose lines only, and then the outline colour with selective ticked, I can just delete that dark blue line there. In fact, if I untick selective, it's a little bit of the light blue to go as well to create a straighter line. Good. And then we want the triangle, which will be shown for the visor there. So about that position here. Try again. Right. Fine. Okay, then I just need to copy what I've drawn in those spare levels by highlighting them with the selection tool, Control C, go into the correct frame, Control V. Try again, highlight it, Control C, correct frame, click on screen, Control V. Number 6, highlight it, Control C, go to the correct frame, click Control V. And if I highlight the spare column, I'll see that I've copied it wrong, so let's undo that. And number 3, and try again. It's because I've got this key here, so let's delete that key. Right. Hey there, Maria. Yes, the eraser options, in fact, to be honest, all of the options on the toolbar are worth investigating. But the eraser options are so useful to make sure you're erasing exactly what you intend to. So yeah, I'm really pleased you've come across those. Right, so I need to show just the new visor and then add in to the other. So erase this blob I put on there, and then using the selection tool I'll select that addition, Control C, and then we'll go to drawing number 2. I'll hide the other column, select on screen and press Control V. That stays in a select mode, so I can now just drag and place it over there and click away. So now that's copied. Drawing 7 here, let's highlight that, Control C to copy, hide that column, and then I'll click on screen, Control V, and then click and drag, and again place it just above the eye line there, and click away. And number 4, I seem to have lost so let's just add that in again. Okay, so let's draw that in on drawing number 8. So using the main outline colour, let's follow that. It's just outside here at a good height. it's more than halfway high up here. And then we want the highlight lines for inside, so we can see where that goes precisely. Just tidy that up. Just tidy that up. Go smaller. And then fill it with the fill colour, and using the highlight we'll add in the triangle. We'll check if that's the right size here. It's a little bit large perhaps, so we'll make that slightly smaller. So I'll undo those two. And then draw it there. Okay. Save, use the selection tool, I'll highlight that, Control C to copy, click onto drawing 4, Control V to paste, select on screen, Control V, and then we'll position that there. Okay, so let me show all the other columns. Yes, that's Maria. I tried to include the rotation. So there's a blunt point on the side, but as you turn around, you start to see more of where it joins. If I've got that the right way around. Yeah, as you turn around, you can sort of see it's joined on the side, and as you turn around, you can't see where it's joined because it's behind the head. You can see the thicker part is what I was trying to get to. Okay, so let's show all of these columns. So what have we got then? So we've got the visor and the visor on the right. Ignoring the arms for now, let's show Sam and the Sam mesh. And now in drawings 2, 3 and 4 of Sam, I've got the visor, so I don't need that in the visor levels to be shown. So let's just see if that's close. Yeah, so the difference in colour is because of the mesh, it looks peculiar. Let me hit save, and let me preview up to where he turns around here, frame 30. So right click on frame 30, and I'll set the stop marker. And now if I look at the preview window, so it's only showing the first 30 frames, and we'll just replay those to see how they look. I'm not sure, Soda Pop. Clip Studio's making exports OpenToonz. Maybe other softwares haven't come across OpenToonz yet. I don't consider it needs to be done. I'm not sure. So I'll replay that. So it's a very small part of the animation that I've done so far today in the past couple of hours or so. Just the head turn. And as we said earlier, Tom, I will come back and redraw some of that perhaps. It goes past quite quickly. So we could also slow that down and show each of those drawings for 2 frames if necessary, so you can see more of the turn, perhaps. Let's just try that for now. Let's try that. So if I go to drawing 2, and I've added previously a button, a key shortcut in, which would it be? Yeah, in scene, insert frame and remove frame. I've added my own keyboard shortcut, Control Insert, Control Delete. And what that does is it extends a drawing, but all of the drawings in every column. So if I just quickly, in fact, no, I don't want to do that here because that'll duplicate the drawing for the dragon as well. So let me just click and drag over some of the drawings as necessary. Let's go full screen. So I want to do it all but the dragon and the background. So if I click here and go upwards and extend drawing 2 by frame, and that'll move everything over, and drawing 4 by 1 frame as well. And let's move these keys. And we'll do this in a second. I just want to see how it looks. Go back to normal and then preview again, hit save. And now preview again those 30 frames. And now we're showing the first part of the head turn for 2 frames instead of 1, just to see how that looks on there. And some of the head turn isn't even necessarily necessary, because if you remember, the head starts off facing backwards, then there's a head turn to go forwards, and because this is playing on repeat play, it's going from directly facing forwards to facing backwards. Yet that works as well okay without having a head turn. So it almost looks like he's looking one way than the other. I think showing that drawing for 2 frames is helping. It's getting a smoother turn. So I think I'll leave it as that. And we will come back. I will come back and redraw some of those drawings. They look a little bit ropey. So we'll come back to that. Yes, Golden Slime. The background is drawn in Tahoma. The way I did that, there we go, let's show it, and then fit to window. So I made that up in a separate scene with a number of different columns and different levels. I added some effects to make the background a little bit blurred and to add a gradient over the background to make it kind of like a foggy look. And I then exported that as a series of images, and it's the images I've pulled into this scene. So this scene's background is just a single column of images. So it means that it's less processor intensive in this scene, which means it's more likely to render in one go without having to break it up. And it'll render quicker because they're just a set of images. The same for the dragon. I created a separate scene for him. And he has been then exported as a number of images with a transparent background and pulled in here. So again, he was using the plastic tool and multiple columns, and now he's just one single column. So again, that means the animation plays quicker and he rendered a lot easier. Now I was going to do the same for Yosemite Sam, but because it seems more complicated and he's got to interact with the dragon, I'm creating all of the columns and all of the drawings directly in this scene. Thank you, Maria. Me too. I think it looks a lot better, much smoother. I might again experiment a little bit more with that, but for now, that's perfectly fine. He's facing backwards and he turns around to face forwards. So I'd like to add one more animation in there of a small blink while it's facing backwards. So I'll show the level strip. We'll go to the Sam level. Here we are. So isolate him to just show Sam. So I've got the drawings where he turns around to face forwards. I've got the temporary drawings that I used for the visor turning. So I'll delete those by highlighting and tapping delete. And then while it's facing backwards, I want a blink. So if I go to File, preferences, and in the drawing section, I've got enable auto renumber unticked, which means that when I duplicate a drawing, it goes to the very end, so it won't be inserted. If I let it insert it, it would throw off the drawings already exposed on the timeline. So I'll select drawing 1, press D, and I get a new drawing 6. Oops, let's undo that. Drawing 1, press D. Oh, drawing 6 is facing the other way. That's because it's duplicated to drawing 2. Let me look again. File preferences. Oh, incremental. Number system incremental animation sheet. Is that the option? Press duplicate. No, that's still inserted it. So let me just untick that and then try. No, that's duplicated to 2. Let me come back, sorry. Yes, it's good to close his eyes as he turns. I kind of want to have him close his eyes and blink as he's facing backwards as well. And when he's facing forwards, I'll add both hands. When he turns as well, maybe, maybe. Let's pop these in, see how they look. It's going to be a simple blink. Let's try first a single closed eye. A nice blink is slowly closing, fully closed, slowly opening, fully opened. But let me just try a very simple one of just a closed eye first. I'll let it insert drawing 2 and we'll change the numbers in a second. So the easiest way for this, I think, is to use the eraser in selective mode, choose the black colour, and then I'll go to freehand mode. And if I click and drag, click and drag around the eye, it'll delete just the black. Do the same around the white. I need to be in lines and areas mode to delete the areas and get rid of the white of the eyes. And if we go to normal mode, it might be easier to erase some more of the detail. And with the black colour, let's just change the thickness, and we'll draw a little bit of a squinted eye here. And up there, and then we'll fill around it with the skin colour using a smart paint tool to paint over areas only to fill in any missing gaps. And let's paint over lines only to paint over where the line's gone too wide here and at the top. So a small blink. It's very simple again. We may well come back and tweak that. Let's pop it in the right place. Exactly, Tom. Easing these out on the blink is a great way to add a blink. So if I go partway here, and it's drawing number 2, so press W and leave it at 1 frame, and then it can open straight away. We'll see how that looks first. And it has actually increased the numbers correctly on the exposed drawings in the timeline. So where I inserted the drawing in the level strip, that's correctly updated the timeline. So let me just save that and preview to see it in action in place. There we go. So yeah, so an easing out on the eye blinks looks a lot better. But sometimes a quick closed eye and open is enough. So we'll see how that looks. Again, on repeat play. That's quite quick. So, two choices, either show it for 2 frames or do the ease in and out that we talked about. So let's just take a quick look at 2 frames and then we'll all see how that looks together. I've done both ease in and eased out. So I talked earlier about it being fully open, slightly closing, fully closed, slightly opened, fully open. So with ease in and out at either end. But you can remove just one or the other depending on the feeling you're trying to give to the character. So here he is with 2 frames of an eye closed. In the same way as the head turn has got 3 frames in between him facing backwards to facing forwards, but then because of the repeat from facing forwards to backwards there's no in-betweens, but it still kind of looks okay. You don't necessarily need the extra frames because it's moving quite quickly. Okay, so that's alright I think, but let's just for a bit of fun add in the ease in and out and see if we can see a difference. So if I duplicate the first frame where he's looking backwards, and on the second drawing let's use the eraser. In fact, let's use the pen first and draw in a slightly closed eye at both sides, top and bottom. And then using the eraser, in fact an easy way might be using the Smart Paint tool and paint over lines and areas to paint directly over both. Use the right tool, lines and areas, and then remove the fill and the line there. Likewise from underneath. We might need to draw a little in. Yeah, we will. So get the brush tool on black, draw around that and around this. So drawing 1 and drawing 2. So then we insert drawing 2 before number 3 on the timeline. Look at drawing 3 of Sam and drawing 2, okay. So on here I've got his head turning slightly. What have I done there? I think Tahoma's got confused here because drawing 3 is showing the old facing forward rather than the blink of the had set. I'll change drawing 2 to make more of a blink. Let me bring that line in even more. Move the pupil up a little bit, and then using the paintbrush tool, paint over the lines and areas here. And the same at the top. Let's get rid of that. Okay, let's see how that looks here. The drawing 3 is showing the front view. So let's save that. Let me reload this scene to give it a chance to recalculate everything. Okay, here's Sam, 2, 3, there we go, okay. So I got confused, now we're back to normal. So drawing number 2 is half blink, number 3 fully closed, and then if I give it a number 2 again by pressing the W key, show a different drawing. So it closes a little bit, fully closed for 2, and then open. And I want to do the same facing forwards. So hit save, and then we'll preview that. So I'll hit repeat play again once this is buffered up, and see if we notice the difference for the small eye close in between. When a character's standing still and all you see is the blink, you see it much clearer than a moving character going up and down. Because when he's facing backwards, you don't see his face for very long anyway. Okay. So what I'll do, let's do the same for when he's facing forwards. We'll add the blink in place, ready for inserting it in the timeline. So let's look at this, what we have here. So number 7 is where it's facing forwards. So let me duplicate that with 2 drawings. And number 8 will have a slightly closed eye. So again, let's use the paint tool first with the beard to paint out some of the eye. So quite a lot of the top of the eye there. And the same at the bottom. Then we'll paint some black over the top of these lines to put them back to where they were. Draw around the edge of the eye. Move the pupil up a little bit because it would do as he blinks. Make sure that looks nice. And then in the second drawing, we'll delete all of the eye here to make this brush larger. Okay, and then let's see where we need to draw this. From here, again, to make this smaller so we can have some lines splaying out a little bit. And sometimes, there we go, overall, the brush tool struggles to paint over some areas that you've drawn lines on elsewhere. I don't know why that is. Try turning off pressure. Yeah, you've got to go over it a couple of times. Why is that? Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. So it's turn around to face forwards. And then facing forwards, and then I'll add a little blink here. So we'll increase this drawing to number 8 and 9. So we'll have 1 of 8, 2 of 9, and then 1 of 8. So his eye closes and then opens. Let's bring that longer to 44, save that, and then preview a couple of eye blinks. See how that looks. Cheers. While it's buffering, let me just send a quick message. Click on replay. So it's quite subtle. Especially with them bouncing up and down, it's difficult to see the blink, but there's a little something there. So we'll see how that looks. We'll either include it or not. I don't think it takes anything away by including it, but it's just something you might not necessarily see. But I do like that when he turns the opposite way, when you can face from back to front, I've added those in-betweens. When he faces from front to back, it doesn't need any in-betweens. It still looks okay because it's happening so fast. Okay. So there's another thing I wanted to change. It is, Tom, it is a lot of motion. I'm not sure you necessarily need the eye blink. I know when I took a look at the original, there was an eye blink, which is why I wanted to try and include one to see if it was noticeable. I don't think you really need it, but it's only 10 minutes worth of work there to add it in. So one thing I also noticed I wanted to do was I'd got a leg, his right hand leg, looking down my list of issues I've already put down. You don't get to see it because of him bouncing. So I've taken the arms off, so let me just put those back in actually. And then behind the dragon, I've got this right leg. So arm right, mesh and arm right. And then we've got the lance, which isn't on a mesh. Then go back there. Fine. And then we've got the right leg there. So there's a tiny bit of the right leg visible, but you can't really see it. There it is. As it comes up. It doesn't really add much, I don't think. Let me save and preview with the leg on as well. I don't think you could see that at all. Yeah, his toe peaks up at the back. I don't think it adds anything. So for simplicity again, let's remove that. So leg right and leg right mesh, highlight those and hit delete. I'll hit save. We'll go to the backup tool and wait for 107 to go to 108. And then when it does, let's rename this with blinks. And it's not important at this stage to have this named and safe, but it's nice to have a stage as you're working through the animation to come back to later. Okay, so that's his right leg gone. I've done the head turn. I've done a little bit of blinking. We also need to change, open his mouth to shout, "Whoa, dragon." And in the original, if I bring that onto the screen, okay, after he turns round, his mouth is open here, shouting "Whoa, dragon," but it's so dark, and with the background, you can't quite see it. But on our version, I've used much lighter colours, it's much brighter, so we'll see it and we'll notice it. So I'll draw that on later, I'm not concerned by that. It's a little bit like the eye blink. It can be added on afterwards and it would just fit in because it is within the mesh of the main body. Stuzzy! Welcome! Late but not too late. I'm still here for a little while longer yet. So, what have you missed? Let me give you a very quick recap. So last week when you was here, I'd drawn Yosemite Sam facing forwards, preview, as he was riding along. All I've done this week really is I've drawn him, I've flipped his head to face backwards at the start, and then it turns to face forwards, and sorted out the timing of that. I've duplicated the visor so that moves up and down in the same time in both directions. Here we go. And I've also added a couple of eye blinks, which you can't really tell, but I did that for a bit of fun. But I didn't need to really, but they're in there. So I've got the first few frames here. If I just replay that, that's kind of the change. He's facing backwards and he turns around to face forwards. I need to, at some point, change the animation for his arms, because he's running, he's holding on to the reins, and he's got to kind of put his arms forward and then pull them back to slow down. So I need to do that at some point as well. So I think what I'd like to do next is to sort out the animation of where he slows down the dragon, where he leans back to slow him down, and then where he comes off the dragon. So what I need to do is I need to get to the audio file here so I can hear where he leans backwards. So if I include the audio by clicking that button there, rewind, and I should have the sound button. There we are. I didn't notice it. The sound button's available. I've got my desktop audio turned off so you won't hear it. So I find that irritating when you keep hearing the same audio over and over again. So let me turn that up so I can hear that myself. So I turned down the volume quite low earlier. That's better. Okay. Absolutely, Maria. Always save, especially the milestones. Absolutely right. Save early, save often, back up at the milestones. Superb. Yeah, exactly right. And every time I click save, the backup tool takes a copy at that stage anyway, but by naming them, at least when I look back into, let me take a look at that on screen. When I look back into the backups folder, let's bring that down here. Here's all of my backups, lots and lots of backups. At least I can then see a name and know what's happened during these stages. So that's with the eye blinks there. And the previous stage was Sam's head turn. So I can start to see each stage of the process. Let's put that down there. Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Stuzzy. Appreciate that. Claudius is back. No problem, Claude. I'm here for quite a few hours each Sunday, so dip in and out as necessary. It's good to have you all here when you can join. Okay, so let me rewind and listen to the audio myself. Right, so you see the large part of the audio file. Yeah, that's where he starts to say whoa. I wrote down the frame numbers earlier from the original, if you remember. And frame 20, I put down where he starts to pull the reins, because he shouts whoa. So we can adjust the keys later, but let's get the keys in the right place. So if we go to the Sam mesh, so the repeating there is his feet moving up and down. Absolutely, Control S. You can't beat it. You really can't beat it. I do want his feet going up and down. And I perhaps should have moved his feet into a separate column thinking about it. Because then you can have them moving irrespective of the rest of his body. And because he leans back so soon, I don't think I need this on repeat. So I can simply copy the keys. So he moves from his foot like that, goes down, then it comes up, and it starts to go down. So I can copy those again. and paste them from frame 8. So it goes up and again. So yeah, I can copy them a number of times to have that animation repeated. Yeah, I can see there where the dragon starts to stop. I had down frame 90 where he stops on the original, and I've got it on 88, 87. Yeah, 87 is where he stops. Okay, let me just check where the audio is. So that was to go up to frame 87. So I've got all of the animation that I'm moving here visible. Let's bring this down. There we are. Slightly bigger. Right, so that is the range until he stops. Let me take a look at the original again. Yep, I will do, Claude. Oh, hello. Yes, but I did notice that you didn't really notice much of the deformation of the legs in particular, and that's again because of the speed of the bounce and the movement. Right. So he says whoa quite early when he turns around. And he starts to pull back just before the dragon breaks. Right, okay, so I've got some leaning back, he leans forward and then he pulls back. Oh, that's interesting, Claude. Billy West, I didn't realise he worked on those traditional cartoons, because obviously they keep remaking them now and again. But Space Jam 2 coming up. So he voices Elmer Fudd. Doesn't surprise me, to be honest. So let's see where he first puts his feet out. In fact, a couple of frames earlier than I've got my skid. I might need to adjust that. Yeah, here, look. So 68. Let me have a listen. So 66 is where he first starts to skid. So I need to move that back a little bit. So where's the dragon here? Let me zoom in so I can see the numbers. So drawings number 1 to 8 are the run cycle for the dragon. And then here, 9 up to 16 is where he puts his feet out to skid. So number 9, so from 66, 9 is his feet all the way out. So number 9 needs to be here on 66. So I need to delete the first 4 drawings of the dragon on the very left. So if I, in fact I've skipped drawing 3 there, which I didn't notice. So the first 4 frames, if I delete that and move the rest to the left, see if I've got this right, and then at frame 66, he needs to have his legs out because that's where the sound of breaking starts. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Okay, so that's where the breaking starts, but where the breaking starts has to be a few frames after where Yosemite leans back. So I've got him here riding like this, and then he says, "Whoa, dragon," as he leans forward, and then he leans back, pulls his reins in, and that's where the braking starts. So, okay. So I'll continue back where I was, copying the animation of those 3 frames of Yosemite bouncing up and down. Be very, very quiet. Beep. It's rabbit season. Okay, so his feet are going up and down still. Here. Then 66, he's got to be leaning back. So bounce. Yeah, it would definitely have been better to animate his legs on one column in one mesh and then animate the movement of the body in another one. An alternative could be to add a plastic mesh on top of the movement. So it's moving up and down. So I could collapse those 2 frames into a sub-X sheet, a sub-scene, and then add a plastic mesh on top of that. But in the past, that's caused issues of having a mesh working on a mesh. So I don't think I'll do that today. Let's see if I can get this right here. So 66 is the magic number where he's starting to break for the first time. So I want him to lean back before that. So I'll delete the last few keys there. In fact, and that loop there too. So from 50, in fact, during that animation, let's go to the plastic tool, go to animate mode, zoom in so I can see what I'm doing. And because I've already got the keys here for the movement of the feet going up and down, it's difficult to insert other keys around it. So I'm going to delete those 3 too. So then from 43, this is where I'll start my animation. Let's go to 44 so it's looks different in the keys. No, let's go directly after. Okay, so I've got a key on 42. And I want him to lean forward. I want him to lean forward and then pull back. So I don't know how many frames I'll need for this. So let me just move him over there. So lean him forward. I'm not sure why the visor didn't move as well. That's something to look into. I'll come back to that. So he leans forward. Let's exaggerate this. He leans a long way forward. We'll add another key. Just a half dozen frames later. So he leans forward for a second. I'll add another global key there. Have him lean backwards. And I'm going to turn off keep distance so I can stretch his body, stretch his head. Let's add a few more keys. Build skeleton. So I want to kind of keep the rough shape of him. But sort of include a bit of stretch if I can. So let's see how that looks there. Let me again take a look at the original Despicable Wabbit. Did I close that window? I think I did. Yes, I did. So go back up to my assets and reopen the scene. And I've said this a few times over the past few weeks that I don't want to exactly copy the frame numbers and the layouts and tracing exactly what's in there, but I'd like to use the reference as closely as I can. So he leans back, and he stays leans back while the dragon slows down, and it's when the dragon stops that he then stretches back to normal and bounces off. That's right. Okay. So let's look here. So he's up there. And I'm going to stretch that length a bit. So 86, we need to continue to see Sam and the rest of his body. So up to, let's say 86, 87, 87 he stops moving. So let's go full screen. So move everything up to 87. Yep, because that's where I've got the marker anyway. The lance and his right arm also needs to go to 87. So we'll look at the Sam mesh. So this is where he leans back. I think we can change this a lot better. So let me go to the plastic tool in animate mode on frame 62. And with the onion skin, we should see where it was, but it's quite faint. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. So it goes from there to there. So I'm going to tick keep distance, rotate, no, undo that. I want to rotate move his body backwards, so undo keep distance, move him backwards a little bit, tick that, see how that looks. I don't think that really helped. And then a number of frames later, I'll lean him back a little bit further. There's still some movement there until he stops to 87. So let's look at this visor. Why is that visor flying away? So let's check which one it is. Visor front, visor back. Yep, it is. It's that pair there. Okay, that's bouncing around. Right, so I need to see where the visor is connected to on the mesh of Sam. So I think that's that one there, which is number 23. Go to the FX. And the visor's, yep, connected to point 23. Devoja, welcome. Glad you made it. Welcome. How are you doing today? So if I look at the Sam mesh and watch the point 23, that stays in the right place, but the visor doesn't for some reason. It has Stozzy. He's lost his beaver. I'm not sure why, because here the center point of the visor front is connected correctly to point 23. Just there. And as we go through the animation, he leans forward. It's going the opposite direction. The mesh isn't showing at all, Dev. Because by default the mesh does show. So has it shown in the past and it doesn't anymore? Because there's a couple of reasons I can think of why it doesn't. The first straightforward one is that the mesh column is behind the drawing column like that. So I've placed mine behind, so now you can't see the mesh at the front. And the second one is you can right click on any control point and choose show mesh or turn it off to not show the mesh. So you may have accidentally done that. So it's worth checking that. So if you right click on a point and see if that's changed or not. I'm thinking I might have a position change. And if one of the columns is flipped the scaling by -100%, it would move in the opposite direction. So the best thing to fix these kind of issues is to go to the timing room or any room that you've got the function editor in. And let's take a quick look at these numbers. And if I can't figure it out, I'll come back later, have a look later and see if I can figure it out then. So let me find the right set of frames. Let's zoom in here. So firstly, I want to check if the visor has got any movement placed on it. So let's find out where it starts to move. There. So it's where he leans forward. So I don't think it is, but let's take a quick look. Oh, the mesh isn't showing in the schematic. Okay, if I go to this is the stage schematic. If you click on one of these buttons, that one, reorder nodes. I won't do it right now, but if you click that, it brings all the nodes into the visible area because your mesh node might be way off in the distance outside of this visible screen. So if you reorder them, it'll bring it back in the screen. Or if you find your column for the mesh, like I am here, it says Sam mesh, you notice the text is highlighted in yellow. And if you look on the schematic, it's highlighted in yellow. And if I move that off the screen and then click that button there, focus on current, it drags the screen over to where that node is in the schematic. So if you click that, you can find out where in the schematic your node is. But I'm suspecting that if you zoom out, your node will just be off to one side somewhere, like that. So reordering the nodes with that button there will be the thing to bring it back in the view, is what I expect. So have a look at that. If you've got your computer on now, you can get to the program. Take a look and see if it finds it. Let me know. Okay, so let's check if in the timing room the position of the visor front is moving. And if I right click on that folder, I can show animated only, which shows only the columns that have been edited. And did you try the button to show all of them, to reorder the nodes? Because that will bring them all together. So there's only rotation that's got any values in there, so that's not the issue. It's not a position of that. So it must be the mesh. So as he leans forward, he's moving out of the way. It's like it's disconnected. And then he leans backwards, which is strange. Let me go to the Sam mesh. We're on the plastic tool. We're in animate mode. And there is 23. So for some reason, that's disconnected. I've never seen that happen before. So let me not worry about that right now. Let me show the preview, just in case that's just a display issue for now. We might try and reload the project, see if that helps. And if not, I might have to come back, look at that offline, and then come back to you. No, it's definitely drawing it off to one side. Let's not worry about that for now then. Let me just rewind and just look at the timing of the movement of him leaning backwards. Turn on the audio. And let me turn on my desktop audio so you can hear it too. It's a lovely cup of tea. Cheers. So yeah, as that says, the stream is being recorded and is available later on after it's ended over on YouTube. So if you don't get a chance to see all the stream today, or if you missed a bit earlier and you want to catch up, pop over to my YouTube channel, link down in the description, and take a look in the streams and you'll be able to rewatch it and skip through today's stream. Let's take a look at this then. Yeah, so he leans back too soon. Yeah. So that's close, so I just need to change the timing a little bit. So I'll have him leaning backwards a bit, I think, as soon as he turns around. Lean. And I think he needs to lean back at the point where the break starts. So let's sort out these columns a little bit. I've got quite a lot and I need to see where the audio is for adjusting the character. So let me highlight over a few columns, then right click and choose fold column, and then the audio is next to Sam here, so it's a bit easier to see. Right, so that's where he starts to lean back. Right, so I need to move that over here. Okay, I think that's got that part done. And then there's a couple of frames where he sits back up and then goes to that L shape where his legs come up, and that's what I want to hand draw and drop out of the mesh altogether and create a single drawing that I'll then bounce off onto the ground. Save. So I need to come back and look at the visor. I'm not concerned by that. I think I'll figure that out, but I'll come off, do that off stream and see where we get to with that. Okay, so he's leaned back. I want him to lean forward a little bit after a couple of frames. So I will extend those columns a little bit, just to there, and then have him sit up straight here. So if I go to move this upright, and I can see the distance here has been changed, so I'll put that back to 0 because I stretched him up. I also moved this one and put the distance there to 0, and then these I'll put back to where they were best I can. So change them back to 0 angle and 0 distance. This one, 0 angle and 0 distance. Let me do the others as well. Right, so here he leans forward up. Need to bring back the lance and everything else, so we'll do that by clicking and unfolding those columns. Extend the lance for these few frames, bring that over to here, and let's start the animation from 74, so much later on. Hit save. Let me go to the backup and duplicate this and call it after the lean, so I don't forget where we were. Okay, so let's just preview that a second. So it's only a short part, but I'd see the timing of him leaning back up forwards again. Right, that's fine. So he whips back into an upright position, and then I also want to change his legs from here on the plastic tool. Let me go back to the 2D room to give me a little bit more space. I'm in animate mode. So here his legs are like this, and I want to have them coming upwards a little bit. In fact, let me hide the mesh a second. Okay, that's, even though it looks a bit scuffled around his skirting area and his legs, that'll give me a good base position and have the animation of his legs moving, ready for the L-shaped flying off. That's perfect. That's really, really useful, to be honest, because now I can use that to trace over to create the final position for him to come off the dragon. Yeah, that's really, really useful. Okay. So what I want to do then is I want to duplicate the Sam drawing. So we've got Sam here. So if I extend him by 1 and press the duplicate key, and then bring that back here, and I want to draw with 91, let's get this right, in a different column where there's no mesh, so I can draw in it, but I can still see what's on the previous. So if I insert a column and paste 91 in there, and let me use the animate tool to place him over the top as closely as I can. And now I can draw over the top of 91 his arms and legs and the visor and everything else ready for him to come off the dragon. Yeah, good. So what I'll do is I'll hide everything apart from what I need to see to draw. So I'll get rid of the dragon. I'll get rid of the background. We don't need the audio at the minute, so I'll just hide that anyway. Save there. If I show the previous frame. Perfect. So now it's onion skin on the previous frame with all the other columns shown. I've got an extra leg showing that I don't want to see. Oh, that's where the leg is coming up. Yeah, because 91 has got the leg with it in the original position. So, using the eraser, let's pop it into freehand mode and let's erase the leg of where it was in the original position. Put it into normal mode for this last little part. Great. And then we can draw the leg where we need it to be, but without this crazy kink that we had from the plastic tool. So the leg moves up quite quickly. Make sure we're on the right side, so it's 4 to 4. Like that. I want the foot actually sticking up, I think, more. Let's have a quick look here. So you can see where he comes off. Oh, his foot's leaning back a little bit. So I might draw a couple of frames with it moving, but for now, let's just draw it here. Like that. Perfect, good. And then we'll fill that. Okay. We've also got his arm there. I like the lance on a separate level, so I can move that around. Although when he comes off, oh, so he drops it there and it flies out of his hand. Okay, so that's where, so he leans back and the lance leans back with him. Okay, we'll do that. Then when he stops dead, the lance flies off to the back. Great. We can do that. So he leans back and the lance is behind the dragon down here. Ah, here we go. We insert a new column because the lance has got the hand attached to it like I thought. So if I duplicate that, and I can remove the hand. So we go in standard mode with lines and areas. So let's just erase all of this and we'll add the lines of the lance in afterwards. Okay, so the lance of the outside line there. Let's hold shift to draw a straight line from there to there. And again, the right hand side top to the bottom, and then fill with yellow. Save. And now we've got the lance drawn without the hand. I can delete the lance image there. And then we can use the animate tool to place the lance and make it fly out the back of the screen as we need to. So let's use the all option. Place the center at the point here. Holding Alt, we can rotate it slowly with more control. We don't need to place it on top because this can be the first frame of it starting to move. So he stops, and then from here it needs to rotate a lot and move off screen. So let me place that up there somewhere. So let's see. That is in, that's in, it's not in ease in, ease out, so it's in the other one, the other ease mode, which is fine. So I need to move his arm up, of course, to have that moving as well. So here's the right arm mesh. So we'll add that in separately. Oops. So that's where he goes straight, and then so let's move that key over, move the drawings over so it goes slower. With a bit more rotation so it's clear that's flying out. Yeah, so we'll again tweak that a little bit later on, but that's fine to have it moving, so it's now not got the lance in his hand. So let's rename that column. Just so we know which column it is. I'm happy to hide those two columns by folding them. Hit save. And if we go back to Sam, there he is. We can then draw his hand in place. Okay. So one thing missing there, I can see his visor. And because it's falling off, I don't want it in front of his eyes, so I will lift it up straight away. So let's draw this in, lifted up a little bit. And let's work out how far up it is by drawing over that line. Oops, it's going too far out. Yeah, something like that. And then draw into the helmet and a highlight line the rest of the way. It's also got the triangle I'll add in here. About that far up and that far in. Yeah, and let's fill that in. And using the paint tool, let's zoom in and paint the rest of this. Oops, undo. I want to paint just areas at the minute. Let's go along where that red is. And then we want to paint lines very carefully where this line is. That's now going to be an area. But drawing over the line to thicken that up. Good. We also need to delete the lines from underneath. So we'll do that with the fill colour. And again, we use a paintbrush over lines only to remove that line that was there before. And paint over the outside of where the helmet was. Okay, so we're getting there, piece by piece. And someone asked me during the week how long this has taken me. In fact, let's get rid of this line as well. And I said that this week is episode 6 of working on this. And they were surprised that I've been doing it for 6 weeks. But I did say it's not actually all 6 weeks of solid work. It's 6 weeks of doing this for maybe 4 hours at a time on these streams, plus answering questions at the same time and a bit more talking. So realistically, each day I've worked on this on the Sunday tea time, it's been maybe 2 or 3 hours. So 2 or 3 hours over 5 weeks is only perhaps 2 or 3 days, maybe 3 days in total. So I think for 3 days worth of work and for some of the learning I've been doing during this time, I don't think it's too bad at all. Make sure we've got a dark blue line over this. Overall, yep. And there's a little bit of highlight there I can see, so let me get some blue over that. There we go, to reduce it. Okay, so the other thing are his arms I need to draw over. So we'll add those. Now I could add them in a separate mesh level, or we could redraw them and have them moving a little bit. For now, I'm going to have a static image and draw one version of the arms, and then I'll use the animate tool to move him off the dragon, and then I can always come back and add extra drawings just with his arms moving up and down a little bit. I also want to have his eyes closing a little bit as he lands and closes his eyes. But there'll be just drawings within this single level, so the animation of the movement is still going to be the same for both. So I can add those in later. So I'm happy for now just to draw over where the arms are right now, and we can always change them later. So this shouldn't take too long. So can I change the colour? No, let's just draw over the top. I can see where I'm drawing, I think. It'd be easier if I moved this this column above all the others. So we need to name this, and if we call it Sam Fall. So let's move this column up in front of everything. Those spare columns I'm not using now, so I can delete those 3 just to make it a bit simpler, a simpler view. And again, drawing over other lines has an issue, and I think it's down to the anti-aliasing for some reason. So let me just fill those. Oh, there's another line to finish off. So I just fill those in, fill, and if I need to erase those lines there in the center, so let me just erase those. Like undo, painting over them is better with a smart tool. Lines only. So now that becomes a filled area rather than a line area. So you can see here where it's not drawn this. I mean, if I turn the pencil mode on, I wonder if that'll help. So it's not trying to, oops, wrong colour. Choose the right colour. So now it's not trying to anti-alias, it's just drawing over the top. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay, that's interesting. Nice to know. So it is the anti-aliasing. So pencil mode fixes the drawing over other lines issue. So let me paint over here with the fill to get rid of this end of the line that's sticking out. Okay, so that's that one. And did I fill this glove? No, but I have now. And again, we'll paint over this line with the fill colour. And it's important to understand the difference between fills and lines on Toonz raster and vector levels. That each pixel on screen is either a fill pixel or a line pixel. And if you use the paintbrush tool, it makes everywhere you paint be a fill pixel. If you use the standard brush tool, it makes everywhere a line pixel. And it's important because using the bucket fill tool, for instance, will only fill where you've got areas up to the point where you've got lines. So it's useful and it's sort of important to understand the difference between the two. Okay, so there's the left glove. So let me draw the right glove. And to do that, in fact, I'll take a copy of the left one. Let me add a couple of highlight lines. And again, this is where it's important to understand the difference between lines and fills. Because if I draw using the brush tool, the highlight lines here, let me reduce this size to 2. That's a line that's drawn over the top of the area and over the top of the lines. If I undo that, if I change the draw order to be under all, that'll still draw over the filled areas like this, but it goes underneath any lines you've previously drawn. So it's important to understand this. It's a good way to draw lines over near other lines without actually drawing over the top of them. So on, undo, a little bit of the finger there, and also the thumb here. Okay, so let me copy that part of the glove. So highlight it with the selection tool, press Ctrl C, click on screen away from the selection, Ctrl V. I've now got a selected copy that I can move. So I want to place this behind the other glove. So I'll leave it there and place it down. I'll then copy it again and click away and choose paste. And I can paste that to where the other glove should be. And again, I'll draw a single arm because if you remember, the lance had been thrown out of his arm, so his arm would have gone upwards and it needs to come down again. But for now, let's assume it's come down already. And that goes just about there, which is a long way forwards. So I think let's place it here. And then because that's gone in front of the left hand, we can move this copy that I made back in front of that. And then draw the rest of his arm in here. And fill that in. Okay, so I've got one leg. Let me draw a second one. In fact, that's a long way behind. I'm going to change this leg. I've changed my mind about this. Using the eraser tool, I'm going to change to freehand mode. And I'm going to draw around the leg and foot and delete that. And I'm going to move this part of his skirt, as I like to call it, because I'd like his leg to come straight forward and look a bit more natural. So let me draw around the foot first and I'll show you what I mean. Let's get the right size to be 4 pixels as I had before. Hit save. Try again. I'll turn off smoothing to make this a bit easier to draw. Okay, so there's one foot. I'm going to use the selection tool to move it a bit more so the leg can come out horizontally. There. And then I'm going to draw a straight line up into here where the leg will be, but I'll also adjust where this, for want of a better word, the skirt is going to be, like that. Okay, and then we'll draw the top part of his leg, and then we'll also have his second foot here. Have a little bit of smoothing because that's quite stiff. Turn off pencil mode. And again, we'll have his leg there. So let's fill that in first for the legs and the feet. And then we'll draw some highlight lines to try and match sort of what was there before. It doesn't need to be accurate. Okay, so the skirts are sort of ruffled up a little bit. So that can go a little bit like that. And again in the middle, a little bit like that. And then we'll fill in around the edges of that and see how that looks. Let's turn off the onion skin, and then we'll fill in with the paintbrush tool as we did before. Lines and areas. Let me fill with the bucket tool there first, and then the brush tool on the rest. That'll be better. So I think what I might do is when I get to the end of this section where I use the Animate tool to move Yosemite Sam off the dragon and onto the floor, I might call it a day for today. So I have the basics of all the movement working. Areas only. There we go. And there. Okay, so when he comes off, he looks like this. Let me hide that mesh again for a second. Move Sam down so he sits, the column sits next to where the original Sam was, to make it easier to see. Okay, so now his legs look a bit more natural. I could probably bring them out a bit more level, so I think I'll do that. Then they'll be clearer to see. And we'll add use the highlight between the legs as well. So if I erase just lines using the freehand tool, and I'll go around the legs, leaving just the feet. There we go. And I can draw that outline first. Let's change the line thickness to 4. And then I'll bring the leg a little bit straighter like that. Then we go to pencil mode because there's an issue with the lines drawing there. There we go. And then I'll use the highlight lines for the top leg because it's coming in front of the back leg. So it might make it easier to see. Let me change it to overall. So it's drawn over that part of the foot. And then we'll add in the extra line of the foot there, of the skirt there, and then we'll fill with the fill tool in those places. Try painting over to neaten up what I've got so far. To get rid of these extra lines that I had. Stozzy, yes it was. But in this one I've redrawn his beaver. So it should be there exactly where you expect to find it. Okay, so you can see the separation between both legs now a little bit easier. Hit save. So here I've drawn his beaver. And on there, it's still there connected. So that's now a single image that I can move that's in a single column that can animate with the Animate tool. It is very mischievous. Mischievous? Mischievous? It is. It's very, very naughty. Excuse me. So let's bring the dragon back. There he is. So as he leans back from 87 to 90, his legs come up. He also needs to come into the air a little bit, I think. And then here, he needs to start bouncing. So this is where I need the audio to be visible on screen. So let's hide the arms columns by using fold column. The sketch column I don't need for a long time, so push that right to the bottom next to the reference. We can hide those two anyway, because we're not using them. So fold column on those. Now we can see the audio, and you can sort of see the bits of the audio where he's bouncing on the ground. So let me move my playhead to the very end and let me have a listen. I think I've got the audio, desktop audio turned off, so I'll turn that on. No, that's fine, Stozzy. Feel free to not call it a visor. I'm trying to stick to calling it a visor. I can't talk about it being a beaver. Let's start on frame 90. So where his beaver is attached to the helmet, and we'll see where that goes to. The audio is turned on. Let's turn on the audio column there. Yeah. Good. So to speed this up, let's hit preview. And then we can see that in a preview window, which should be much easier to play through. Hey there, Claude. I think I've got a bit, possibly got a bit slow today. We're down to only 14 people watching, which is fine. There we are. Let's see what this sounds like. Because it sounds like you're going 3 bouncers. So let's close that. Yeah, it's like 3 noises of badabap, badabap, and then he lands on the ground. So let's go to the Sam 4, which I'll bring that down near the audio. You can leave it there, that's fine. Drag and extend out that drawing to last to frame 151, the end of the animation. Let's move the timing to 151. Was it 151? No, it was 151. A few drawings missing, so let's, I think what this is, I reduced, I think I may have used the option from the scene menu that I mentioned earlier, remove frames, which remove frames from every column, and I think I've removed a couple of frames from the background column. 3, 4, 5. So let me just check through. I've got all of them. Yep. So if I highlight 7 and 8, I can extend that out to get 9. Highlight 9 and 10. I can extend that to get 11, 12, 13, 14. Let me just check through the rest. That's probably about right. So I was better at the start. Yeah, it was just the start I'd gone wrong. So extend those out. I might need to make some changes earlier to fix the timing, but that's fine. Okay. So let me just get some rough animation timing in here. So change the center. To be honest, it's not too bad. Let's move it to the center of his body there anyway. Position. So let's set a key in this position. One up here. 2 frames later, bring him down. Actually make him 3 frames later. I want him in front of the dragon. There we go. Let me try every 3 frames first, to be honest. 1, 2, 3. We'll go up again. 1, 2, 3. Down again. 3. Up again. We can fix the timing easier later. No problem, Casa. The note level, if you right click, let's hit save, right click on a column header, any column, and choose new note level. And that'll create you a column for adding notes into. So 1:18:19, I believe, is when he hits the ground. So again, 3 frames later, let's pick him up. And as the dragon slides off, he's to come towards the ground. Like that. I know that's wrong, that's massively wrong there, so let's bring the end play back, hit save, and let's take a preview of the first couple of bounces. Absolutely, Golden Slime. Yeah, Papagayo, it just creates a data file that both Tahoma and OpenToonz can import, so yes, definitely. To be honest, that's not too bad yet. Okay, let's adjust that timing a tiny bit. But that is closer than I thought it was going to be. So that's good. So let's see. So say I've got these the marks here in the audio column, and I can see 3 dashes and 3 more there. So really, we want this character to be going up. So I'm going to move all the frames backwards by a few frames, all the keys. So I'll select the first animation key. Then if I right click on it and choose select all following keys, all the rest of the keys in this column are selected, and I can then drag it to the left. Okay, and then on the Sam mesh level, I want the character to lift up as well. So on the final frame, in fact on the last 2 frames, I'm going to add a key, animation key, on 88, and on 90, lift him up a little bit, so that on 91 he's already in the air. So let me select these keys again, select all the following keys. No, click away, select the first key, right click, all the following keys in this column. So only this column's keys. And then I can be more precise over where this is going. Right, and I'm going to delete that key, and that's where he lands. Okay, so now if I select all those following keys in the column, I can bring them back to here. I'll do the same again. Let's bring this one back. And this one wants to come back to here. So I'm looking at the audio to see that he lands. So I've got a noise when he lands, then a noise as he comes up into the air, then a noise as he lands. And then same again. But I need the timing to be the same for the bouncers. Otherwise, it'll look peculiar if it bounces, pauses, then bounces. So I need to be careful with that. So yeah, so it comes up, lands. Every 3 looked nice. So I think I'll have to make it every 3. It's going to the left hand side of the screen, which I don't like. So let's bring up the original and take a quick look at that. So when he bounces off the last time, he is on the left, it bounces up in the air. Okay, I see. So I don't think bouncing quite so high. Then he comes down, then he goes up, then he goes down, then he goes up. I need to really look at the timing of the dragon moving out of the way. That's pretty close. Let me show the background so I can see where he lands. So he lands on the ground, skids for a bit. And then it stops. And the original, it's kind of got a bit of a skid at the end. Lands. And he moves backwards. From landing, he moves backwards. Right. So lock the Y position so he doesn't move up and down. And move him backwards to there. So let's see. Right, the dragon, I suspect, because I took a few frames out there, I need to adjust that timing so the dragon moves out quicker. Yeah, I need to look at that timing, so I'll come back to that. Bring the end play to 151. Let me see where the background stops moving. There. And that's where the key should be. 136. Boom. The dragon shouldn't move. Let me do a preview again. Hit save. And see how that looks with a preview. Now I can feel the timing better, but I can hear the sound properly and the animation moving at the right pace. Let me need to see a few more frames beforehand. Now let me preview that. What time is it? 8:05. Yep, I definitely need to wind up soon to grab myself a snack tonight. Okay, let's see from here. So ignore his beaver falling off. The timing of landing, of hitting the ground and hitting the dragon isn't too bad. Let me hit repeat play. So he needs to bounce higher, I think. So he does come up okay. I think he needs to just bounce higher. Here we go, on frame 91. You zoom in a little bit. Might make it easier. Actually, I need to see the ground. Okay, so a bit higher. So he bounces up in the air. So let's move that up as well. I think I might need to move these over, possibly. Oh, please do ignore the you-know-what. Actually, you don't have to. I don't mind. Yeah, I've really got to fix that. The you-know-what. Oh, there it goes again. So he's up in the air. And when he lands, he needs to come to the right, the left a little bit. Boom. Up. A bit higher. And lands. You listen to that again. It certainly does demand some attention. Oh dear. Yeah, the timing of the sound is quite peculiar with the triple bounce. I'm not sure if I need to adjust the bounce off this point, so I'm going to move him back down again. I'm going to move these over, so the first bounce is, the first noise is him coming out of his seat, I think. Let's have a look. Moving. Right, so I need to look at that, because the first frame needs to have a position. It needs to follow on from the previous. Just put the markers there, right in the middle of that line, and in the middle of that line. Absolutely, Stozzy. Yes, thank you, Maria. That's exactly right. Yes. Next week is the plan for effects and bits and pieces. So now I can move this to match the previous. Take those markers away. And I keep forgetting to actually talk about what I'm doing here. I keep forgetting you're watching. I must remember. So please do ask me if I'm missing out on anything here. Yeah, next week is dust particles. If I show the original here, when the dragon slows down there, so dust particles from his feet, and then when Sam hits the ground there, those dust particles as well. So that'll be next week. I'll be adding those, and having Sam holding onto the reins and releasing them will be next week's as well. Plus any other bits and bobs of finishing. So hopefully I'll manage to attach his beaver before next week. And also his arm needs to move up as the thank you, comes out of his hand. So a few bits to mess with. I might do some during the week, but the main part I'll do next Sunday. And I'd really like to quite finish this next week if I can. I think that's been going for quite long enough. So let me select all the following frames keys in this column, move them along by a couple. So we've got 3 here, and then again select this key and select all the following in this column, move them along. So it's 3 frames apart for all of the movement. So yeah, so it's high, that needs to be a little bit lower, medium, land, less high, land. I'm going to have another one to the left a little bit, so it's kind of sliding, and then it takes off. I need to arrange the dragon moving along with the ground. So I need to move those keys on the dragon there. You see where the ground moves. 118. So if I select the key of the dragon, select all following keys in this column, start at 118. Let's see how that looks. Ignore Sam. And then that moves over. Okay. So it moves too far forward in each bounce for start. Let me just preview that. I think I've got the bounce time quite badly wrong. Let me again just hear the ground. Potentially, Maria, but I'd have to place the hooks on each frame for the ground, because remember the ground and the dragon are both just sets of images. So I've added the animation at the end for the dragon to move off to try and have him move with the pace of the ground. So I don't think it would really help. I'd have to create the same animation movement. So even though I've set up the animation of the background in a separate scene, a lot of the drawings at the end, once the character stops, are exactly the same. So if I want to move the background sooner, I can just remove some of those drawings. So let me take a look at where he starts to move. The background moves. There. 118? Yeah, 118. So I can delete the drawings 116 before. Okay, so 116 and before. Let me see where he starts to go. There. So 91 is the same as 116. So if I delete 91 to 116, I can hold Control, the Control key, and drag 91 to fill the gap. So I've got exactly the same animation as I had, But if I want to scroll the background sooner, I can now reduce the exposure of drawing 91. So let's see how that looks. So if I want to just start the background moving sooner, I can just click and drag and bring that back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's have a look at that. Right, and then bring the keys back of the dragon moving by selecting both of them and bring those back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then now that'll move out of the way as Sam's in the air. So let's have a look at that. So where's Sam's last bounce? There. Okay, I can adjust the timing of the dragon moving to get him to move in time. It appears to move and accelerate, and that's because I've got the acceleration on the background in the opposite way. So I'm not concerned by that right now. It's more about everything moving out of the way. Okay, so let's extend the last drawing to 151. Hit save. And let's preview that. Oh, that's part of my tea. That's a sign it's nearly time to finish today. Although I've got a glass of water, so I can keep going with that. Okay, let this set up for preview. And let's see. Right, so that's not quite right there. So I need to set that last key, that's right, yep. To where he stops moving. So 136, so I can delete all the rest of the drawings. If I extend 136, I'll then be able to see more clearly where the background stops moving. I do like a cup of tea, and at the minute, with my slightly hoarse throat, tea makes it much better, much more moistened than water does. Yeah, it's something. Okay, so let's bring that key back for Sam falling and sliding along there. Yeah, okay. I'm still not happy with the first part of the bouncing. Hit save. Save early. Save often. Let's see what we've got here. 91. I think he's going too high there. Oops. Undo. Bring him down. Trying to right click on the line to see what the interpolation type is. There we go. Okay, so that's speed in, speed out again, so that's fine. Honey and lemon? Possibly. I don't have any honey or lemon though, so not easy at the minute. So I've got 3 frames apart, bounce, bounce, again that's very high. It looks a bit unnatural. And you might almost use the path tool, Maria, that you used before for this. But and that'd be fine for him to move across the dragon from right to left, but then when he comes and lands on the ground, it's a little bit tricky to use, I think. So let me just take a look at these again then. So he goes up, down, there, there. I like the slide, where there's 2 frames. So that's down, so it's up and down. So if I select all the following keys in this column, move them over by 1, and it goes up. Right, so then here, I'll just move them across. So it goes up, down, to the left, and then up. Yeah, I think he almost needs to have the highest bounce over the head. I don't know if you agree or disagree. As he's bouncing, really, he should be losing momentum, but he's got a long way to go over the head, so I'm not sure. Up, down. So again, another key there to the right. And I'll use the cursor keys to flip between them. Just to slow his bounce a little bit. Then if I select all the following keys in the column, make it 1, 2, 3 again. Up, down, and that's got to slide. And then up. Rather than coming straight down, actually, if I give him another point in the air, I might just move that over by 1, so it goes up. I'm not having that slide there, so let's bring this back, bring this back, so it goes up in the air, stays up in the air for an extra frame, and then comes down. That's where he hits the ground now. Actually, I've moved it over too much. Yeah, it's got to land there. Let me preview that, but a shorter version. So put the markers around this. Start and stop. Save and preview. And this could take a couple more jiggles with it. But when it's done, as I say, I think I'll be signing off for the day. And I'll come back to this on another day to sort out his beaver and 1 or 2 other issues that we've got today. The bouncing is very fast. I think I'm doing it too slow. Let me try it 2 frames apart instead of 3 and see how that looks. Darren Tea, absolutely. I love a nice cup of Darren Tea. That's down. That's up. So if I had another key there. So he's got to be in the air directly after this. You can see exactly where the silence is while he's in the air. It's from like frame 111 through to 119. You can see from the audio file. We save that. I believe he does sail over the head. So he goes here, bounce, bounce. Is quite big, quick bounces. It's up. Let me have a look. Oh, I can't go frame by frame here, can I? Up, down, up, down, up, down. Maybe I'm just going too slow. Down. And he hits the dragon's neck. And then as soon as he comes off, the background moves and the dragon. And he's in the air. And he completely sails over his head, as you say. Let me look at where he goes to. And he moves slightly to the left. So on his very last bounce, where he touches his neck. So really then, the background, if I'm using the same timing, it's Ratasaurus Rex. Yeah, I think I'm going too slow with the bouncers, so let me take a look at those. So let's do the first one as a slow one. So he goes up for 2 frames, not too high, down for 2 frames, and then we'll go up and down. Let me limit onion skin to the level. Oh, it's not showing the onion skin for the animate tool. Good point, Maria. Yeah. See, I don't want him bouncing and suddenly going too high, but you're right. It could give him some momentum off the neck there. Okay, so down, up, down, up. Let's start again. So it is up here, up, down. I'm looking at the back end of his top, the skirt. Where was he, Stozzy? I keep missing him. He keeps turning up in different places. I must keep my eyes open a bit more often. So it's that hump there. These lovely dragon humps. Let's move him up and down over the next hump. So let's take him exactly over each one. A cartwheel would be fun, but that's quite an animation change, I think. We could do it with the animation tool quite easily, but I think I'll stick with the standard bouncing for now. Yeah, that's one frame each. Doesn't give me enough time to get there, so I think it's got to be 2 frames. So let's start again. Oh, sorry, I missed an earlier bit of the conversation there. Tom saying, throwing a cartwheel at the end and empty his pockets. So when he comes off the head of the dragon, he could turn over and then land. Yeah, because the scene immediately following this is just the dragon running in the opposite direction. So there's no continuity that you need there. So yeah, maybe. His guns or some other costumes, TNT, bugs, teddy bear. Yeah. Again, that was part of next week's thinking, that next week I could add some extra effects or things. Possibly. Yeah, I'll have a good think on that. Let me delete all of these keyframes to here. Undo. Try again. Select those and tap delete. There we go. Okay, so let's try every 2 frames instead of every 1. So let's see where he is here. Up, up, down, down to there. Up, up. and then down to there. Up, 2 frames later, down to there. Up here, 2 frames later, down to there. Nearly. Could well be 2 frames up, and then 2 frames down to his neck. 1 frame, I'll slide him forward to give him that momentum we've talked about. Delete that, and then he goes up in the air, somewhere in the middle. He's up here. Have a look at the previous 112. So let me just put a marker where his toes are. Goes up in the air. You can go forward a little bit. Still high up, and then comes down and lands there, which is quite a quick landing. Save. Let's see how that is. Replay. Now, is that too fast? Diddle-loop, diddle-loop. What do we think, gang? Is that close? A bit higher. And there. Save. Let me bring this playhead back a little bit to give us time to breathe into. Oh, we've got his beaver again. Never mind. Yeah, the time it moves quite fast. I think I'm not sure that's too fast. It feels quite fast. Thank you, Casa. I think as much creative liberty as you want to be honest. They've not specified exactly what you need to do, how close you need to keep to it. It's just a reanimation project. So like lots of others, some people have gone way off key to what the original animation was. I want to try and keep this as close as I can to the original, but to add a little bit of something, one or two things different to make it worthwhile doing. Because if I'm doing it exactly the same as the original, I may as well just send back the original video, you know, or even trace over it, which I'm not doing. So yeah, so having a rotation possibly as he falls on the last one could be good. Having things fall out his pocket, I like that. I really like that idea. So yeah, we've got a few areas to play with. I like the I like the landing at the end. I intend to squash him a little bit, to change his expression, do a few things. Again, that's part of next week's plan. But the timing of the first part of him bouncing just seems a little fast. Let me bring up this one and play this. Yeah, that seems to sort of a similar one, I guess. It seems quite similar. Let me see here. Let me take out this key. So I had him sliding. It gives him more of a bounce. Save. And because we're using animation keys, let me go to the timing room. Take a look at the Sam fall column and show the X and Y movements. And actually, if I show them on the graph view, double click in the graph view. There we go. And then you get to see all the keys. I'm interested in the last two. So from 119 here through to 130, which is that small area. So if I zoom into that, I want the landing to be firmer. So if I drag over that handle, I can adjust the pacing by pointing this handle towards the previous key, which means it'll move in linear rhythm, linear pattern. And then adjust these handles because I want him to fall, to come to the peak and then slow down. So let me just separate these handles, unlink them, and now I can move them. If I think about this, get it in the right order. So we've got the frames from left to right. You're right, Maria, there is a rhythm and a break in the middle. You can see that actually in the audio waveform. You can see here sort of 1, 2, 3 noises, then a bit of a break, then sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess. But it would be peculiar, I think, if he bounced and went bounce, 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 bounce. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe if we leave him in the air, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, land. I'll have another look back at that, Maria. See if we can neaten that off. But first, let me take a look at this last bounce from 119, or really 116 down to 130. So it's going up here to 115. I'm going to delete that spare key. So 111 to 115. There we go. So the distance is kind of upside down, flipped. So it's moving up in the air. And I want this to be a smooth transition. So if I move those handles round to make a wide U shape, that'll give him some airtime at the top where he kind of floats up. It's only a few frames, but it still keeps a neater movement in the air, although it's falling down further there. So let's make this even wider. So he's going up in the air and then coming down to there. That's where he must land. And then that's where he slides to the left. So this is the X, this is the left and right position. And we want to look at the Y position of the up and down. Here we go. So let me hide the X and just show the Y. That's much easier to see. Okay, so it's coming up in the air from 111 And you can see the purple line showing where this is. And I will say the graph view is really, really useful. So it's something to get used to when you're working on animations. Clicking and dragging in the border extends or reduces the space between keys. At the top we've got the frame numbers. So 111, you can see him coming up to 113, that's the next key, but he overshoots. And if I click and drag, oops, undo, click and drag over this key, you can see the handles, which are the ease in and ease out. If I bring that back down, it now won't overshoot. And I can drag these left and right to give us that nice smooth curve shape I was talking about. So when he bounces up, he sort of stays in the air and gives it that nice floating feel till he lands down here. And when he does land, we want him to land with a bump. So we'll drag this handle, in fact undo that, right click, unlink handles, so I can move the handle for the ease in, so there's no ease in because he lands quite firmly. So I might need to bring that back by one frame. We'll take a look at where that is. Excuse me. So the line here almost shows what you see on screen. It is the position. So on the left is the position, with 0 being his default center of screen position, and you can see visually where he's moving up and down. But let me start at the beginning at 91, where he's talking about having that break. Please don't avoid the graph view. If you're using the animate tool, absolutely you want to get into the graph view. So I think you saw earlier, I clicked the button at the top right to go from the spreadsheet view to see the numbers to seeing the visual graph view. And you can just click and drag around using the middle mouse to move it in the same way as you can pan in the viewer. Click and drag on the left to expand or shrink from the point where you click. So if I click on 0, it expands out from 0 and back. Or click down here on 300, it expands around 300. So choose where you want to click and drag from. And on the top, same thing, click and drag to expand the view there so you can see the position of each of your keys. So here we are, frame 91. So let's take a look at these keys, see if we can add this break we've been talking about. Hit save before I start. So it moves, get it right, up in the air first. So we're going up, down, to there. And really we want them in the air for that. So let's see what we can do. I'm going to spread these out. Delete, delete, 3. So we've got up, down. I'm going to add another key there. And then you can go up in the air, down, up, down. Let's see if I can squash these together a little bit. To give them that break. So it goes up, down, up with a break, and down. Yeah, let's see how that looks. So let me start on 91. Start marker, that's right. Leave the end one there, hit save. Let's preview that. I think he might be, Maria, hitting every single spine. It seemed to go quite quickly for me, which is why I'm trying to space it a bit more, but let's see. Let's see what we've got. No, that is too slow. That is too slow. So let me bring these back again as I had every 2. That's down, We use the keyboard, it'll be a lot easier here. 2 frames at a time, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and then it'll fly up to there. Is there a way to connect Tahoma 2D to your phone's camera? There is. There absolutely is. Yes. Thank you, Stozzy. Yeah, I'm hoping in the next 15-20 minutes or so. So if you've got time, pop back, say hello. Otherwise, I'll catch you next time. There we go. Droid cam. Thank you, Tom. Yes. Yes, Casa, it does. Yes, it works for both because it's basically it generates the data file that you import into OpenToonz and Tahoma. Oh, Maria, that's I think that's something to think about for next week. In the same way as possibly having a rotation after the last bounce. I think I'd like to get them bouncing towards the end, work out that timing, hitting the floor, work out that timing, and I was going to leave it there, leave it a couple of days, come back, have another look at it, and then start thinking about these ideas you've been suggesting. But yeah, that could be really useful, really fun to do that. But I would need to have the dragon move a little bit, which is okay, we can do that. It's different to the original, which is fine, but yeah, possibly even having the dragon dip as he hits it and then flick up could give him that height we've talked about. So let's see, let's just get this, let me just do this bit first, sorry. So he's moving, his legs are going there. I will have him coming up a little bit actually. Legs will come up, he's up. So his tail of his skirt is about in the lowest part of the hump. Then it's the highest, lowest, highest, lowest, highest, lowest, highest, lowest, highest, and then it can go a bit more forward and we'll work out exactly what he does there. Then I've got him coming up to there and then going down. Okay, let me adjust these curves so you can see what I'm doing. So looking at the graph view, hope you can see this quite clearly there. So if I click and drag, I can then highlight a point and I can move the handle to adjust the ease in and ease out between points. Click and drag on the top point and you get two handles which are linked. So if you move one down, the other one goes up. Me too, Ratosaurus. Yeah, it's exactly what I've got here, the speed in and speed out. Yeah, but the handles are linked initially, which is perfectly fine for this sort of movement because we want to get this nice curve. If you don't want it, you can right click and choose unlink handles. But right now I want to get a nice curve at the top, even though it's only a couple of frames. At the bottom, I wanted to have less of a curve because it's bouncing. So it's bouncing quite firmly, then curving, bouncing and curving. So I'm moving across, and for each one, I'm going to create a nice broad curve. And also one benefit of using the graph editor is I can see the height compared to the previous heights. So I can see it's not bounced as high that time. The next one, again, make it wider to create that curve. I will bring it down, and if I hold the shift key, that locks it to moving vertically. so it doesn't bounce as high again. And the bottom curve again is more of a bounce. I'll hold the shift key to bring him down a little bit. And then this one, I'll bring him down again, give him a nice curved bounce here. Bring this down, drag the handles in again so it's not really a curve. And if you really don't want a curve at the bottom, if you want him to bounce quite firmly, if you unlink the handles, you can bring it up to a V shape so it bounces straight in and straight out, if that's what you're after. So again, the final one, make this slightly wider for the curve. That does go lower because of where his neck is, and then want a nice curve at the top until he lands with a sharp bounce on the ground there. So I might have a little bounce on the floor, we'll see. Let me just preview that. Okay, let's see how that looks. Actually, I can hear and see I've got an extra bounce. It is 3 and 3, and I've got 4 bounces at the end. I'm thinking this bounce needs to come sooner. So I'm going to delete those 2 keys. In fact, that's where that bounce comes off the ground. That's fine. In the air, I'll delete that, and the previous bounce, I'll delete that. So it can come into the air here, and I'll have him landing sooner. So I'm thinking I'll move these forwards a little bit. 1, 2, bring this forward as well. Yeah, that's better. So I'm bringing these forward as well. I think we're just about there. It's almost there. So you can see the change in the timing, which is perhaps a little bit unusual and not realistic, which is fine. It is a cartoon after all. Reading them back one. Let me save and preview that. That's the right timing to the sound. The timing looks, because I'm looking at it so many times in so much detail, this will fly past and people won't notice. But visually, it matches the sound, so I'm really happy with that. So that's fine for that. I think what I'd like to do is one simple thing of Sam closing his eyes a little bit as he lands, just to add some bounce, some emotion to him. So I'd like to go back to the 2D room, and I will press the duplicate button there. And now I've got a duplicate drawing. Let's get rid of some of these lines I've got. I'm not using. Okay, that's just that one. And if I zoom in here, I can now draw him with his eyes closed. I wonder if I want to squash his head as well a little bit. Maybe. Let's zoom in. Use the paintbrush tool to paint over in the beard colour. Let's make this a little bit larger. And I'll just finish this one thing and then we'll disappear. So if you've got any more questions you want to ask, now's the time to ask them. And the blue outline up here, just fill that in. Let's set that to 3. Right, so let's add in a couple of lines here. Okay. So we'll post those there as well, and just delete the extra frame that I don't need. I did download one myself, Soda Pop. I tried that a little while back. Do I still have it? I may have taken it off my phone. So that one, XSplit Connect webcam. Let me quickly have a check on that. XSplit. Yeah, so this is what I used once. XSplit. Get rid of the caps lock. If you search for that, that works as well. But there's plenty of choice out there, so take a look at that and see what happens. Okay, so let's see, where are we? Now that one should be that should be 91 as well, and these should also be there. Okay, so let me move that to 151. Let me just add a few so here we are. So every time he lands, there, so alternate keys. Let's see how that looks. Hang on. That's for some reason changed the drawing again. It does get confused sometimes with Q and W for switching. So that should be 91. So every time he lands, he'll close his eyes. Let's see if that looks like too much. Let's add a couple there. That's it. Save and then preview. At the end, the drawing changes to the wrong one again. For some reason here, delete that, and it should be 91 all the way to the end. But I want to have his eyes closed for longer. So let's increase that. See how that looks. Well done, Stozzy. Although don't kill all the dragons, we need one for Yosemite to ride on. Okay, let's see how this looks. Definitely needs more time with his eyes closed. So yeah, another half dozen or so. And then when he lands, I think he needs to keep his eyes closed for a couple of frames. Otherwise you won't notice. Save, let's preview that. Excuse me. Yeah, it needs a little squash down, I think. So I'll adjust that. I'm going to add a couple more here with his eyes closed. So when the sound's about out, as he stops sliding, that's when you see it. Yeah, Soda Pop. Tahoma's fantastic for stop motion. I've had a small play. I've not had time to have a great play with it yet. I do intend to make a video, kind of like a beginner's guide for getting started with it. You'll pick it up straight away. I know you will. When you do create something, do share it on the server. Let us see what you're up to with that, because I know I'd certainly like to see it. Okay, so what I'd like to do here is have a small squash. Just in case I change my mind, let me press duplicate on here. So I've got the original drawing saved in 134. There we go. And then I can draw on this one and it'll work on all the places I've already put that drawing. So if I use the selection tool, I'm thinking I can draw around here, squash his head down just a little bit, just so there's a bit of movement as his eyes are closed. Let's hit save and preview on that. Which Galaxy phone have you got, Soda Pop? Because I've got a Galaxy phone. It's the one I used with that software. And it worked fine. I had to follow the instructions in the on the guide. It was fairly straightforward, I think. Okay, so it's really stiff. So I will add a few more frames later to show him moving his arms as he falls, perhaps. Perhaps each time he hits the ground, his arms need to come up a little bit. So if I take another look here, I wonder if I could move his arms upwards. If I rotate them a little bit and move them to there. Let me use the paint tool. Thank you, Ratty. It's good to hear when people noticing that changes are helping. Sometimes you can't always judge yourself. You see things too closely. In fact, let's undo that. And use the selection tool on here internally. Yeah, just on this part. Move the center point. Oh, undo, try again. Selection tool, hit save. Drag this around the hands, try again. Around the sort of the gauntlets and a little bit of the elbow. Then try again, move the center point to here. And if I rotate this upwards, in fact I'd like it more, yeah, there. And then I'll do the same thing with the gloves that's outside him. Let's move these to join onto there. And then using the brush tool, let's join them up together. So the paintbrush here to paint in between. Then the brush. Undo. Aha. That's where I want to be, on 119 on the first frame, which I find really frustrating. If I go to preferences, in fact before I do, let me undo to remove that spare frame, save. And if I go to preferences, I can change it so I can draw on any frame in an extension, which is, if I tick that, enable creation in hold cells. I don't want creation in hold cells. Auto stretch frame, I don't really use that, so then untick this and that'll now work as I expect. Okay. So let me just draw these in. Here and here. Fill normal mode, areas only. Now paintbrush tool, areas only. I can fill in that gap. Good. And then with the brush tool, let's draw the outline here. That's already working fine there. And then fill bucket with the fill, gets all of those. Then the paintbrush tool with the fill to remove the extra little noggin of a line there. If I can paint on lines only, like that. And then we'll draw those lines on here to fill in the gaps. And we'll paint over this part in here. and then just draw over this really clearly. That's fine. Now if I take a look at that, have his arm moving a little bit, just that little bit. Okay. I did say I was going to stop and I finished the animation of that movement, but I didn't. So let me set the markers to the whole play range and hit on preview, and then we'll just about wind up unless there's something major that I've missed. Can I suggest, Golden Slime, that you move over to the Discord with this chat? If you pop a question in the either OpenToonz questions or general questions section, because then you can share screenshots of the error message you're getting, which will really help people. Plus, I'm going to close down the stream shortly, so I don't need to lose the conversation halfway through. So the Discord's probably the best place to do that. Okay, it's halfway there. I assume you could all hear the noise from the animation playing okay through Tahoma when I turn on my desktop audio. I hope so. So I'll play this through from the beginning, and then we'll have a quick chat about what I'm going to change next week, and then we'll call it an end for the stream there. I've been going for what it is now, from 3, so 6 hours. So it's been quite a stream. Okay, let's see how this plays. Yep, I like that. I need to, so, the first thing clearly is the beaver, isn't it, Stozzy? We turn off the sound here and then hit repeat play. I want to move his hand a little bit, holding his staff there as he's moving. He needs to throw his arm up as he lets go of it just before he leaves the dragon. His hands both need to be holding the reins, so they need to be in the right place. Yep, that's okay. I'd like a bit more movement perhaps with his legs as he bounces, maybe a little bit of quivering or what have you, because they're too straight, I think, so I need to change that. And then, as we've discussed, we need the smoke particles from the dragon's feet and from him. I need to add lip sync, well, not really lip sync, a little bit of mouth movement as he shouts "Whoa, dragon." Just be a wide mouth and closed, I think. Thank you, Stozzy. And Soda Pop, thank you very much. It's coming together. I think it's coming together. We've got the broad strokes of all the movements. So a little bit of extra work on there. Just noticing something on his feet. When he lands, you seem to be able to see through his foot for some reason. Oh, that's just playback time. Okay. So let's take a quick look at it at full screen size, and I'll hit save. Before I do anything else, we'll go to the backup tool, make sure that's saved in there. 153. There we go. And let's add a note to a note. There he is. spotted you. Add a note so we know where we're up to now. So this, we'll call this one After Fall. I think is quite apt. So that gives us a copy of that. Yes, he does, Michael. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I was going to add a potential plastic tool, plastic mesh over him. Here, in this position. So you could have his moustache moving a little bit. I did have his visor moving on the ride. I don't know if that should move as he bounces or if that's too much. Potentially, because I do close his eyes as he lands. There. So I could have the visor over his eyes possibly, or come down a little bit and moving, I'm not sure. But his legs are far too straight. They need to move a little bit, I think. So let me go to the preview settings. That's shrink of 1. Is it L for loop? Yeah, it is. So if I do a preview of this, drag this out to full screen, best as I can, and fit to window, and let's see how that looks full screen. Try again, fit to window, there we go, let it regenerate. Excuse me. So thank you for joining me today. It's been a fun stream. I think I've got through quite a lot again. And we've had a bit of a chat and a bit of fun today, I think. Don't forget the stream will be uploaded on YouTube later, so you can take a look at any parts you missed, or if you've joined late, you can take a look at where we started and where we've come through the rest of the day. So I'll be back next week, where we'll take a look at finishing off this animation. We'll update some of the bits, we'll tweak and finesse some of the areas, and possibly add a few extra special pieces to this animation to make it mine, if you like. Marie's made a few suggestions today with what you can do with Yosemite Sam for when he falls off. Click that. For when he falls off the dragon and when he lands, and we'll consider taking a look at some of those. I really like the idea of things flying out of his pockets and sliding on the floor. So we might add some of that. Let me play this with a little bit of background sound first. So struggling to keep up with the frame rate. Let me turn off the sound, see if that helps. Still a little bit slow. So let's reduce the screen size. Fit to window, see how that is. It's because we're previewing at full size. So let me reduce the shrink down to 2 again to preview at half size. Yeah, thank you all for joining me, and thank you for staying so long, Maria, Stozzy, Tom, Soda Pop, and everybody else who's managed to join me today. So let's see if we can get this played through at full pace before we go today. Yes, it looks peculiar, the visor. Yeah, I'll have a look during the week to see if I can figure out why that's falling off. It may be we have to just use frame by frame to connect it in roughly the right place to get it through that small section. It's only a few frames really where it's off place, so I'm sure I can place that back by hand if necessary. Golden Slime, thank you for joining us today as well, And thanks for joining in the chat, everybody. And 1 or 2 new people have joined the chat, which has been good today. It's always good to hear who's out there and what you're up to. The auto lip sync works. It's a very peculiar system with Rhubarb. It listens to what you say, so you need to speak quite slowly and quite clearly, and then it works out what words you're using, and then from those words it's got a dictionary of the mouth shapes it should include. So it's not it's not great to precisely put to place out the spacing as you might like, but it gives you a good indication of where the mouth shape should be. So it gives you the best timing to get you started, and then you can finesse it by hand as you work through. Well, I'm glad you made it, Michael. I'm here every Sunday, so I'm here from 3 PM UK time. As I say, I've been on for 6 hours now, so 6 hours ago from now. So hopefully if you can join us next Sunday, it'd be great to have you with us. Let me try here, reset view. And that's not playing it at too bad of a pace. So this is what we've got so far. So we've got a few things to adjust, which we'll be doing next Sunday. So I hope you can join me for that. So until then, have a great week, everybody. And I'll have another video out on Friday, and I'll see you next Sunday. And that's a Darren Tea.
Have you always wanted to animate, but didn't know how to start, and software seemed expensive and difficult to use? Well, with OpenToonz, it's free, powerful, and once you know how, it's easy to use. And it's my mission to get you animating with it today. Hi, my name's Darren, and I've been teaching OpenToonz for the past 3 years, showing thousands of students just like you how easy it is to animate with. I'm cutting through the jargon to show that anyone can animate with it. And by the end of the course, you'll be able to animate traditionally using OpenToonz. And the course is designed for students brand new to OpenToonz, as well as those new to animation. So take a look at the free lessons I've offered below, and then why not sign up and join me animating traditionally with OpenToonz.